what a walking taco is.
And theoretically, we are live.
I married a walking taco.
Oh shit! I hope she doesn't watch this show. I know she usually does.
Mm-hmm.
Needs more sauce.
More sauce.
You gotta get this. That is a part of your personal life that really does need to stay on Pornhub.
Maybe less onion.
The sauce. Oh yeah, if it's got a lot of onion, that's no good.
Well, now that depends. If it's raw onion, yeah, you can get a little too much. But if it's sautéed in butter, it's not quite as potent.
Oh.
Yeah, Mr. Pfeiffer. We only got 4 idiots here. We don't have the full Monty here.
Yeah, we don't have the full conglomerate of all the idiots.
They're all at SHOT Show. All the not cool kids went to SHOT Show to try and. Oh, look at me! I go to Vegas. I got money to go do stuff.
All the conformists went to SHOT Show.
Yeah. Well, you know what? We're too cool to go to SHOT Show. We don't need to go to SHOT Show for people to think we're awesome. So we're here.
Yeah. What he said.
I concur with what the pancake said.
Onions are just as bad as mayonnaise? No.
I'm
not a big raw onion fan. I do like it on certain things. A burger, but I like it chopped up, chopped, kind of fine, like minced up or diced up. I don't like big chunks of onions. I love onion rings if they're cooked, again, kind of thin enough and cooked nice and crispy. I don't like an onion ring that's undercooked. An undercooked onion ring is one of the saddest things on the planet.
Okay, so what's sadder than an undercooked onion ring? Is it an onion ring where they've got just like a quick Krylon coat of batter, or one that's like 4 inches of batter and you get like a little tiny shoestring of onion?
It depends on how the onion's cooked. That's what matters to me. It could be a really thin, but if it's crispy and the onion's nice and tender, I'm fine. Mm-hmm. If it's a lot of batter and real crunchy on the outside, real thick, as long as the onion's cooked, I'm fine. Either one of them is going to win depending on how the onion's done. I fucking hate biting into an onion ring and the whole onion comes out.
Oh, I hate that. That's
that I despise.
The only thing that can make it worse is if, for however reason, it didn't cook completely and it trapped like a half gallon of oil in the inside. And when you pull it out, you get like this burning oil streak down your cheek.
Like you bite into it and the onion has withered to nothing and it's just a ring full of hot oil.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's like fried mushrooms the same way.
Yeah, mushrooms have to be done right. We actually, one of the things we did it this past weekend for a party upstairs. We do it as a past hors d'oeuvre. I just call it portobello fries. And you just take portobellos and slice them kind of thin. And then we put them in seasoned flour, seasoned egg wash, and then into panko breadcrumbs. So they're real thin. They're only like a quarter of an inch thick. So when you fry them, the portobello gets really nice and tender, but the outside panko gets super nice and crunchy. Those are really good. So it's like a breaded mushroom, just done differently. You know what I mean? So it's
cutting
into thick and wet. It's not thick and wet and
greasy and oily.
Right.
Yeah, it's not like you're taking the baby mushroom and just throwing it in the fryer with some batter. You're actually making fries. Well, yeah, basically fries.
Yeah. It's like planks, almost like portobello planks, But
plank of portobello.
Yeah, then you got to pull that onion out of there, and you just got to have that oil, just like that hot oil dripping down your chin, and so you get a nice little burn streak, and then of course all down the front of you, down your shirt, and
then you got to grow a beard to cover it up, but the part that burned, it doesn't grow quite right.
He's like Barkman. YP says, I bet he prefers to cook on an electric stovetop too. No, but I did cook. I cooked myself on an electric stovetop when I was a little kid one time.
Oh, so did I. Why did you do that?
Boy,
cell phones are not good eating.
I was like maybe 5 or 6, maybe, and my dad was just done cooking something, and he walked by it and sort of put his hand across it just to see how hot it still was or whatever, I guess. And I just walked over to it and went, stuck my hand on it. And
It was at that moment that Midnight got the weirdest
I
feeling.
knew I fucked up. That's when Travis knew he had fucked
That's
up.
when he knew.
And it's one of those things where it doesn't hurt immediately. You're like, put your hand on it, it's like, oh, this is kind of warm yet.
Yeah.
Mother pus bucket.
Yeah. So I took off upstairs because I knew I was, even when you're a little kid, you think, oh my God, I'm in trouble. I'm going to get in trouble for this one, And they saw me run upstairs quick, and they came up and they're like, what happened? And it was already like, puffing up. And I remember we went to Inner Harbor that weekend to the aquarium. And it's weird how you remember little flashes when you're a kid when something is major, And I remember we're driving down there or driving on the way home, and it was dark. And I remember going under the street lights in the city, and it was, or not, like just outside the city. And it was, the street lights were bright. They were bright, and it would light up the car, right? So it would get light and dark as you went into. And I remember looking down at my hand, and my hand's all wrapped up in gauze and shit like a mummy. I don't know. I'll never forget that. That's just that shit hurt so bad.
One of those things where the pounding in your hand and the pounding in your ear kind of synced up with the lights was dum 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 dum.
Oh man, I don't.
Oh, my hand's gonna get me.
I don't remember it much more than I remember that. Driving and looking down and having it wrapped up. And I remember the wrap being taken off, and it's just like a ring, because it was the coil up, and it was my whole hand from like
blisters in circles. Yep.
Yeah, it was a ring of.
I had the same thing. My babysitter hid the cookies above the stove over the top of the range hood. And she just got done cooking macaroni and cheese, and I jumped up on it and put my hands down on the stove.
Oof.
Same exact thing. And then we were at a family reunion like 2 days later, and my stupid ass little sister, I was sitting in one of those web folding chairs with the super sharp aluminum armrests on them.
Mm-hmm.
And she knocked me over, and I grabbed those armrests, and it stripped all those blisters right off my hand.
Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, shit.
Now,
that's horrible. That's like some shit out of a Saw movie or something, man.
No shit.
That's horrible. So, just the four of us here today. So far, we'll see if anybody else jumps in. If anybody out there wants a link that I missed, I send a bunch of links out every once in a while. I'll miss somebody. If somebody's out there that wants one, let me know. We'll shoot one to you. See who's out there. Mystic Guns was in there. Pfeiffer, 8, Grim, Kingpin, YP. I'm Not Will Rogers is out there. Western Probst, Ohio is out there. Consolidated's out there. The wife's out there. Yesterday was her birthday.
Happy birthday, Mia.
Happy birthday, Mia.
Birthday.
Ozzy. Mr. Knives, what's going on, buddy guy? Long time no see. Chorklet.
Chocolate.
I'm here to kick ass and eat chocolate bars and stuff.
No street fudge.
Oh
yeah.
I bet you.
You're better with the lot lizard gizzards.
That is very, very important to remember when you're out there in California, especially San Francisco and shit, that you do not eat the street fudge. Knives. Do not eat the street fudge. Okay.
Yes. However, do go and buy yourselves the chocolate oranges that Knives may or may not have in stock.
Mm-hmm. Man, every pop-up that I get, a notification from YouTube has something to do with Virginia.
Yeah.
It's
well, tomorrow's the big day.
Yeah, it's a big day. Yeah, my wife and I were just talking about it a little while ago. I've said this to a couple of people, how exciting it would be to be there, but yet how nerve-wracking and kind of scary it would be to be in the middle of all that. It's going to be a hell of a day. So Gloomtech, Moo, and Ape, y'all, everybody knows these guys. I don't think we need to do any introductions. You guys got anything to say before we get started? Anything cool going on?
Nothing.
Still trying to sell my house.
Yeah. Well, that's
Open
funny.
house this Saturday.
Yeah.
I don't want to move now because the house is so clean all the time.
Yeah, right. Did you found places in the house that didn't even know were there?
That's correct.
You moved the fridge and found, oh, damn, there's like a 30-year-old bottle of tequila back here that I hid.
Oh my God. I saw a really funny Instagram thing the other day, and it was a picture of a couple, and it was they must have. It says, I mean, if this is real, and people do this kind of stuff, it's funny. I mean, I've seen people do stuff like this, but it was a picture of them, and it was behind a wall in the bathroom. Apparently, when they renovated the bathroom, they put a picture of themselves with a note, and it said, "Hi, we're the Johnsons. If you're we renovated this bathroom in June whatever 1992, and if you're reading this, that must mean that you're renovating the bathroom now. What the hell's wrong with our bathroom? Why? What the hell don't you like about our bathroom or something?" That was like, oh, that's really funny. That's looking into the future. That's pretty cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Virginia. Do have a couple articles about Virginia. Let me find them here. So this one's kind of weird. VCDL lobby day crowd size will be limited, but authorities aren't saying by how much. I thought this was kind of weird. They just keep piling shit on to piss people off. It's amazing. And something I had said to the wife before they went up to bed was that if Northam would have just kept his mouth shut, it would have been a big day. I do agree that this lobby day would have been a big day, but I truly don't believe that it would have been anything the size that it is now. Had he just kept his damn mouth shut and not banned this or that, and not, pushed like regulations through or whatnot, not put up this crazy fencing. And now, it says Northam told all non-essential staff to stay home. And many lawmakers urge aides to stay away. Though committees will still meet and both chambers will convene floor sessions, the young pages who run errands in the House and Senate were given the day off for safety.
So you're saying that the Democrats who are against the wall want to put up a wall?
Yeah, pretty much. The Coalition to Stop Gun Violence canceled its annual vigil and lobbying day, announcing the decision on Twitter with a heavy heart. The organization's state director, Lori Haas, said it was because of ongoing credible threats to public safety that have been promoted by gun extremists, quote unquote. So, yeah. Outside the Capitol's authorities used tall chain link barriers to create a pie-shaped pen for the rally. The area takes up about a third of the Capitol Square. Monuments were protected with additional fencing, as was the executive mansion to the east. So they fenced off the mansion too, so nobody goes berserker on that, I guess. The square is usually open to all sides to foot traffic. Under Northam's emergency order, access is restricted to one spot at 9th and East Grace Streets. Just inside the entrance, the crowd will be split into 17 lines for screening with metal detectors. Anyone attempting to bring weapons will be turned away, but police will not confiscate those items, officials have said. Demonstrators who do not want to part with their guns may remain armed on city streets. Authorities say they will cut off admission to the rally once the crowd hits a certain number, which they have declined to disclose. So what I'm wondering, what I don't get is, and when we did the hearings for the ERPO hearings at the Capitol, and that got a little monkey. That had some monkey shines inside, but. Oh no, it wasn't the ERPO ones. It was the ones before that. It was for
the Canadians.
I forget what it was, but anyway,
those Canadian Nazis or whatever.
They only let in like 800 people inside, and the rest had to stay outside. That was this is a space limitation thing. 2 Live Moo impeachment pens. Yeah. I have that article. I have that written down too to talk about that Pelosi, that asshole. What an asshole. I'm wondering where they're planning on limiting people. Like, I could see them limiting people inside, like getting to a certain number. Once people get in there and they hit 1,000 people inside, like, okay, this is what we can handle, and 10 people come out, maybe 10 people more go in. But if they're planning on limiting people outside, I can't see how the hell they're going to do that. What are they going to do?
Okay,
Just be like...
So the number that I heard from, VCDL, the Virginia Defense League, they're limiting to 10,000 within inside the gate. Mm-hmm. So those 17 that come in, they're limiting 10,000 with inside. That's it. After 10,000, you got to stay out. If some come out, some other ones will be able to go back in. Inside is going to be a different story. Inside, they're going to be, I think they said they're limiting it to like 150 or 200 a pop.
Right.
But that crap that they're saying that, oh yeah, well, credible threats of this and credible threats of that. The only thing threats that are coming is from Northam, because the release statement from the Capitol Police and all the local police said the same thing. We haven't received a single threat from anybody about anything.
Well,
what are you talking about?
Well, also, last week or whatever, when he was saying about how police advised him to do this, that, and the other thing, and the police came out and he said, we never told him to do that at all. We never told him to put any kind of provisions in place because, we're worried about, anybody getting out of hand. That's not true. So, he's definitely making up a lot of his own facts here.
Okay, so simple logistic question here. They're limiting access to a single point, and they're going to have like 10,000 people within a chain-linked area.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether these... I haven't really seen too many pictures of it. I've had family visiting for the week, so I've kind of been out of touch. But so they're corralling all these people into one area, and yet only have one point of entrance and exit.
No, only one point of entrance. They said they'll have multiple exits, but only one point of entrance.
Okay. Yeah, it said it's like 17. I don't want to say. What did they say? 17 lines for screening. So there'll be 17 lines going in through this one place, and then once you get in there, I guess you could leave through multiple places. I don't know. I don't know. So there's that. So that was something new. That came out today. Let me see if there's... I feel like I might have had another article dealing with Virginia.
I don't think you can swing an empty or swing a baseball bat without hitting a story about Virginia now.
Yeah.
I don't know, part of it's also the media just kind of trumping it up, kind of like they did with Joker of, this has the potential for something bad to happen. Please have something bad happen so we have something to talk about. Other than
sure. And no matter who does what, it will be spun to be. And I'm not a conspiracy guy. Like, I'm not going to say, well, I think that they're going to do something on purpose, or I think Northam wants this or wants that, or I think Antifa is who I don't trust Antifa as far as I could throw one of those some bitches, but they're definitely going to do something. I'm not going to say anybody's definitely going to do anything, but I think if anything happens, it's going to obviously be spun against our side. Yeah. I think that's pretty safe to say. All right, here's a story that's a little limiting numbers.
Limiting the size of the crowd that can be at the rally.
Oh,
or at least when they pan the cameras over to show people being there, they'll find like an empty spot for the people that showed
and say
up.
There wasn't that many
say
people.
that, these 100 people are so threatening these other, 999 people who are peacefully assembled. It's all about optics. And hello, Matt Sexy.
Hey, what's going on?
Roll call. Roll call. How sober are you?
Virginia city official brings AR-15 style rifle to council meeting, triggering some colleagues. I don't know how effective this guy thinks this was going to be, but I can't imagine it was that effective, and probably just made him look bad. Not saying it wasn't legal, but probably wasn't such a hot idea. A city official.
Do it?
What's that?
I'm just going to ask why he did it, but you're going to get to that.
Yeah, we'll see if he has a. I didn't get a chance to read through the whole thing, so. A city official in Virginia showed support for the Second Amendment earlier this week by bringing an AR-15 to a city council meeting. The move by Portsmouth Councilman Nathan Clark came as the council was to consider making the city a Second Amendment constitutional city, placing it in symbolic opposition to gun control efforts underway in the newly Democrat-controlled state assembly. The proposal debated before a capacity audience in the council passed 4-3, so it still passed, which is good, to the Virginian pilot of Norfolk. Clark's gesture also came as the state prepares for a controversial gun rights rally scheduled for Monday in Richmond. He apparently angered at least two members of the council in Portsmouth and Atlantic Coast City, about 97 miles from, so 100 miles within 100 miles from Richmond. There's a picture of him. It's not a flattering picture. Not a picture I would.
Yeah, is he trying to keep it under his suit coat there, or what? What's going on here?
He has it. Looks like a single point. I guess it could be a double point, 2 point, but yeah, he's got it under his. Yeah, it's a pretty creepy looking picture. To tell you the truth, man. One council member said Nathan Clark's display was a disgrace that had brought embarrassment to the city. It was a disgrace, disheartening, and an embarrassment. Vice Mayor Lisa Lucas Burke wrote to the council Thursday. According to the newspaper, most of us were blindsided by the display. Lucas Burke was among 3 council members who voted against the constitutional city designation. The others were Councilman Shannon Glover and Mayor John Rowe. Glover had complained of being blindsided by Clark's gesture. Another critic was Fred Gutenberg, father of one of the victims of the Parkland, Florida high school shooting, who accused Clark of open intimidation and called on him to resign.
Okay, so does this Gutenberg individual live within the jurisdiction thereof this council, or is it just someone who had something terrible happen to him and either through willingly or through manipulation is just following everything and pointing out, this is bad. You should feel bad for doing this.
Of course he has no business saying anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's not involved in the town. It shouldn't really matter. But Clark told that he was looking to make a point about gun rights. I had a lot of people come and talk to me after it. No one appeared intimidated. There were police officers there. There were police officers that were there. They were aware that I had it. Others on the council were supportive of Clark's stand. I do not believe that he needs to apologize for exercising his rights as a law enforcement officer to carry his... Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I do not believe that Councilman Clark needs to apologize for exercising his right as a law enforcement officer to carry his weapon to a public meeting, Councilman Bill Moody wrote. I can appreciate liberals' knee-jerk reactions, but if they have a problem with the law, they should use the system they now control to change it. So this guy is a law enforcement officer? Is a cop? You'd think they would have said that in the article, right?
Well,
no, they can't do that.
I mean, that's
who wrote this article? Is this like a regional paper, or is it
Fox? It's out of Fox News, published
so it's
one
a Fox
day ago.
affiliate?
Yeah, it's a Fox affiliate.
Okay.
But
well, now here's the whole thing.
Pretty big
having to qualify this other council member having to qualify that he is that this other fellow is a law enforcement officer and well within his rights is, I don't know. I guess it's, I don't know. My opinion is kind of bullshit. So does that mean, with that wording, does that mean that this who was it? And other council clerk. Saying that the common citizen who, I don't know, Virginia's not a constitutional, but it's got, yeah. I don't know. The whole thing with, it's kind of falling into that same pit of, okay, with that last church incident of, well, that person was a retired blah, 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 or was a volunteer sheriff.
That's something I have written down to bring up, too.
Yeah, they always try and qualify that, no, this wasn't, and this person isn't just a citizen of the United States, just a common person. It's, oh no, they're in some special tier or special sect of society that they're qualified, that they're not the common person.
Well, so. And that's one of the issues I had today. On Instagram, the NRA put out a, just like they did with Stephen Williford, they put out a little
blurb,
commercial type thing almost with Jack Wilson. And it was telling his story. And, I'm Jack Wilson and blah, blah, blah. And I was with law enforcement for 30 years. And I'm a firearms instructor for this many years and all this kind of stuff. They made a huge, huge point of all that stuff. And I understand why they do it, because they're really propping the guy up to be, a really good, upstanding dude, like solid dude.
Mm-hmm.
But I think when you push that and you shove that down people's throat, people that are anti-gun they're gonna look at that and be like, see, yeah, obviously that guy should have a gun, but nobody else should. I mean, look at this guy. He's done all this training and he was a cop. Of course it's okay for him to have a gun, and look what he did with it. It's awesome. But what about Joe Bob down the street? He's not a cop. He just has a gun, and he wouldn't be able to do that. There's no way he could have defended that church. He's just a regular dude. Like, I think it's a little bit counterproductive, or it can be a little counterproductive, and in an argument, not an argument, but in a discussion with somebody, I think you have to be really careful about pushing how much training somebody has, that has done something. I think pushing the fact that the everyman can use a firearm properly and effectively is really, really important. They're pushing the narrative you're not trained enough. Exactly.
Well, no, it's not that you're not trained enough. It's that you're not special enough. It's all part of the kind of, okay, you're in that little group over there. You're in that little group over there. You're not part of their, quote unquote power structure of where it's, oh, well, yeah, but we can control you because we control your pension or your retirement or whatever. It's all bullshit and it's bad for you.
Yeah, see, I piss off the range master here for the sheriff's office all the time, because when I do my classes, yes, I teach law enforcement tactics. Oh, you're not allowed to do that. Why? Who are you, and what makes you so much more special than John Doe here? Nothing, other than you have a badge.
Right. Oh, look at this joke.
You're not going to be there, and John Doe is. Who's speeding back already?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think somebody's missing their internet hamster wheel.
Oh, live from Vegas.
It's Saturday. It's Sunday night drunk tank.
No, let me guess. They're out of
whoa, wait. Snob, they didn't compensate your phone when they put you in lockup. Whose genitals did you have to wax to do that?
Prison wallet. Prison wallet.
That would explain the brown tint to the film.
Yep, there.
Yeah, speak up. We can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me?
We can hear every other word, but you're real soft when you ask the first couple times.
Exciting. Know how to charge?
Wait a second. It's 10 after 9. You guys are supposed to have the windows lights out and rolled up right now.
Where's Gizzard? You guys lose Gizzard.
Well, Gizzard's sitting next to G, so we have to.
No. Hello.
So you survived, nice. Snob.
Are you guys having a good time? What's up? Snob looks exhausted.
But yes, we're having a good time. Yeah.
Your wife has been talking so much garbage about you, man. It's been
something about stealing your secret stash of cake or something like that.
Probably.
She found your snacks at the house. She found your goodie bag.
You guys love you.
Probably not.
You're out.
We have to sneak in through the back door and be real quiet. What? At our place? Yeah. What are you guys up to?
Weston Probe said, "Looks like y'all skimped on the internet at the Airbnb." Are you guys at the house or are you out to dinner? Are you at a restaurant or something?
We're at a buffet. See?
Oh, I was right. That's what I figured.
Pink doesn't like it on camera either, does he?
The buffet.
Yeah, they called that because you eat so much it adds to your front buffer.
I was being careful not to get G.
AC threw a link out there if anybody wants to jump on it. I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, so we were talking about what was it, Virginia, or about how all the cool people refused to bow to peer pressure and choosing not to go to SHOT Show.
Yeah. What else we got here? So that was that. Virginia, it was. So what do you guys think about that? I mean, yeah, whether it's legal or not, I mean, obviously is not really the issue because he didn't do anything illegal, but what do you think about that?
Illegal. Because weren't they? Wasn't it? They were saying, well, first they were challenging the legality of the emergency or basically the martial law order, and that didn't go anywhere. But now they're challenging it on what was this piece of legislation they passed post Katrina, saying they couldn't confiscate privately owned weapons during a state of emergency.
Yeah, and they also restricted where they can. There's only like one place in the entire state they can have that is classified as a safe zone, and that's a shelter. So that according to Virginia law, the only place they can have under a state of emergency for a classified as a gun-free zone would be a shelter, and where he's saying it is not a shelter. It doesn't qualify for a shelter.
It's an open air shelter. I mean, it's walls. It's keeping all those nasty wolves and wind out of the way. I mean, It's open. I mean, you can get dive bombed by birds, but it's a shelter.
There's a story about the NSSF publication of firearms export reform rules. What do you know about that, Glimtech? You're probably up on that, huh? I know it has something to do with import-export of certain firearms.
It does, and I don't import or export, so I try to stay away from that as much as possible because that's ITAR, and that's a mess.
Only thing I know about ITAR as far as the from the manufacturing side is it is government sanctioned racism.
At $25,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what you need to get the license for it.
Yeah. Because we got our wonderful ITAR compliance book, and it's, if this person has a green tag, they're okay to be here. If a person has a yellow tag, they need to be escorted with someone. If they have a red tag, which means you are a foreign-born, non-U.S. citizen, we need to either detain or escort them away from our area. So yeah, all those, we can be as mean as we want to all those snow Mexicans that come over the border and try and look at our parts for our fancy stuff.
Snow Mexicans.
That's Eskimos.
No, those are Canadians.
No. Nope.
Yes.
Nope.
Then what do you call Canadians for a derogatory term?
I don't know. I guess
biker bobs.
I guess I don't have, but snowbobs. I don't know.
Snowbobs.
Mad Sexy says, good news from California. The judge voided the stay on the 30-round magazine law, so now it's moving on, which is a good thing. I didn't hear anything about that.
So does that mean that there's going to be Freedom Week 2, the sequel?
That would be nice, huh?
Yeah.
Boy, they pumped a lot of magazines at that place in like a week, didn't they? Whew.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, considering you had tractor trailers out there handing them out for free.
Yeah. Magpul just basically, they backed up the truck and dumped a dump truck full of them out and took off.
Magpul probably wore out a couple sets of molds, just pumping everything out 24/7.
New Jersey pays Second Amendment group another $87,500, totaling $230,000 in legal victories. In June of 19, the New Jersey State Police once again lost against NJ2AS in an 8-year-long battle to receive a copy of their investigative manual that is used while investigating firearms applicants. Shortly after, New Jersey once again lost a motion to have the state pay for our legal fees. The New Jersey Second Amendment Society was awarded $87,500. In 16, the record stated the most expensive case in the documents reviewed by the record involved the Second Amendment Society seeking firearms regulations, costing the administration $101,000, over $101,000. Trying to see if it says what the doesn't say what the original case was about, though.
So in other words, the New Jersey taxpayers are paying for their government.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I guess that's where the money has to come from, huh?
Yeah.
Bummer.
I mean, it'd be nice saying that, okay, you are the ones who caused this. We're garnishing your wages for the next 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, it's still technically taxpayer money, but you're making the parties responsible actually feel it then. Oh, well, you win some, you lose some. We'll just see if we can shove through another bonding bill to pay for this.
Yeah. Have you guys seen this thing? The
we
Senior
saw
Citizen Defender?
I think it was on someone brought it up in Yankees chat.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a pretty interesting concept.
Yeah, a company is developing an interesting firearm accessory that they're calling the Senior Citizen Defender. So basically, it turns a pistol into almost like one of the Mossberg Persuader. It's a Persuader, right?
Shockwaves.
Yeah, but
Persuaders are the
Shockwave doesn't have a pistol grip though.
No. But it's like a shorter. It's made to be fired from the hip, kind of like a Shockwave is.
No, I understand. Well, so
where the Persuaders are. I've shot one once, and it's with that up and down, with that more traditional pistol grip. It's kind of a little bit more awkward, and it puts a lot more of the recoil force into your hand than the bird's head grip does on the Shockwaves.
Sure. Yeah, but I'm saying with this, you've got an actual pistol grip, not the bird's head grip, and the four grip. So
it's basically adding a second point of contact without it being a vertical grip.
Right.
Yeah.
The idea is that as people age, some find it difficult to raise their arms. The SCD is an extension that serves as a forward horizontal grip that provides a platform for a laser sight. This makes it possible for firearms it's not me. This makes it possible to fire from the waist.
Firearm from the waist.
Fire from waist height, and it's a typo, not me. I'm just like, wow, am I reading this totally stupid? Hit what you're aiming. Yeah. So it's a little. They did go through the ATF, make sure it was not against anything, didn't turn it into like an SBR or something wonky like that.
Yeah.
There's all the legal mumbo jumbo down here. So it's a pretty neat little thing. It's kind of cool. It
looks like somebody's attempt at a Star Wars blaster, basically.
Yeah, it gives you a chance to for somebody to better control a pistol. I can't see it being super popular unless somebody can. But it's kind of neat. I mean, it's always neat to see some new innovations that are legal. That kind of you never know what this might turn into too. Also, you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. I heard Snob was already making a Kydex holster for that.
Oh yeah.
I guess the only thing I can kind of see with it as is, or with the design as is that it's going to have to work on something that's got like a fixed barrel, like a Mark series pistol.
Yeah. How does it attach to the gun? Does it say? I don't know if.
I don't know. I kind of fell asleep halfway through Yankee Show. Got the food.
According to ADA's 2A company spokesman, only the Ruger Mark IV compatible design has been finalized, but they are working on other designs. I suspect those other designs will include a center fire chambering, such as 32 or 380, as they are better than 22 LR for self-defense, but would still have low enough recoil to be handled even by someone who needs the assistance of the defender. It doesn't say how it attaches.
I don't know. I'm thinking with the
threaded. Do you think it's threaded?
No, go up to the top picture. Because scroll up a little bit more. There you go. So you can clearly see the front sight of the Ruger pistol.
Right.
So I'm wondering if it's just not something that bolts onto the barrel, because with having that long of a fixed barrel, it's just a simple clamp, or it would be just like a simple clamp on there. I suppose any of the other ones, it might just attach to the Picatinny rail or an underlug rail.
That's true.
The only downside I'm seeing, besides the common, well, that's stupid, why would you need that, that's funny looking, is that some people might not like the fact that you could put your hand forward of the muzzle, even though you've got this tube around it, kind of a thing. But I don't know. Like with the, I'm just trying to think of what will be in 32 and. Well, let's see. Like Walther made a PK38. Well, no, man. I've seen those little Beretta Tomcats,
and
they're not all that much bigger than my not Minx. My Beretta Bobcat, which is the 22 version of it. And you don't really there's no real estate to clamp that onto. barrel only extends out past that tilt mechanism, maybe like 100 thousandths of an inch.
Yeah.
Because we're in America, we use freedom units.
America, freedom units.
I don't know. Walther makes that PK380 that's like their SP22, but sized up to 380, and that's got a little pick rail on the bottom. I don't know. It's almost kind of like one of those. What's that? Not a carbine conversion. The microroni.
Microroni, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the same thing. Yeah, it's just like a shell. It just clamps into it. I'm not really sure exactly.
Yeah.
It has one.
And 7 out there, yeah, it's similar in principle to like the Ruger Charger pistol, but I would think that, even the all-steel Ruger Mark series will be significantly lighter than the Ruger Challengers. Or not Challengers, Chargers. I got cars on my mind.
Trump Jr. blasts Florida Republican Bill Galvano over the past support from anti-gun extremist Bloomberg. Donald Trump Jr. slammed incoming Florida Senate President Galvano, a Republican, for siding with extreme anti-Second Amendment advocate and communist China sympathizer Michael Bloomberg. On Friday, Breitbart Second Amendment columnist A.W.R. Hawkins called attention to 2 massive contributions totaling $500,000. Wow, it's a lot of money. That Bloomberg's far-left group Everytown for Safety, Gun Safety, blah, 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 gave to Galvano's political committee. That's a chunk of money, man, $500,000.
Okay, yes, to us, regular, I'll use the quotation marks, the regular plebs, 500 grand is a lot of money, but is it a lot of money in context to however many other he got in donations?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
To Bloomberg, that's less than pocket change.
That's like, oh, hey, I went to the vending machine and got something that was $1.50 and I put a $5 bill in it. Here's the change.
Galvano responded to the contribution saying by September 18 that he will make no apologies for supporting gun control championed by Bloomberg, and said that he was grateful for the support from Bloomberg's group.
Okay, then screw that guy.
Yeah.
In a relatively unpleasant way.
Yeah, burrs.
Damn, not what we would consider be unpleasant. Because you don't know, he might be like Hinky and really into some weird stuff.
I know there was some the article. There it is. Gun applications in New York's Jewish community spiked to nearly 1,000% after Hanukkah attack. 1,000%. That's a shitload of percents. Applications for gun permits are surging in New York's Rockland County after 5 Orthodox Jews were stabbed at a Hanukkah celebration at a local rabbi's home. Yeah. I think we talked about that. Somebody else did. I heard about it.
Okay, I'm more concerned with how they're getting the information that this uptick was from people of a certain religious viewing. Is there like something on the New York forums that say, oh, please state your political or religious affiliation, or what?
Well, they're not saying they were Jewish. They just said the applications in a New York Jewish community. So, I mean, it's just maybe a predominantly Jewish community. You know what I mean?
In an area that's like historically Jewish. Okay.
Yeah. 1,000% sounds like an awful lot, but it's said 65 new gun permit applications. So, but 65 is still quite a bit. It's small in a small community, like, if it's a small community.
Well, yeah. You can skew whatever numbers to make it sound, super big. It's like, oh, hey, yes, this is up so many 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Because it only happened like once in the last 50 years, and now we've had 2 of it happen within the last 10.
Yeah. But now it's in New York, so none of those applications are going to be approved anyway, so it really doesn't matter much.
Yeah, I suppose. This is an interesting one, and I think this could have some large ramifications depending on how how this could end up. They're talking about how a lower isn't a firearm. How lawyers are getting certain people off from charges because firearms charges because they have lowers, and lowers don't have or aren't a firearm by definition because they don't have the parts that require something to be considered a firearm.
They don't follow the ATF's prescribed definition of a
right
or traditional definition.
Yeah. They were talking about the day I heard about this too. By itself, it cannot fire a bullet. It is not an ATF definition. No handgun frame by itself, it cannot fire a bullet, but does hold the firing mechanism. So, a couple things with this. I don't know. I mean, this is a good one to talk about here a little bit. So, we all understand that the lower is considered the firearm. It's the serialized part. They're saying it's not. Doesn't matter that it's serialized. It can't do it. If you just have a lower and a magazine full of bullets, you can't do anything with it anyway. So what does it matter? It's not a firearm. One of the things that Artisan Tony said, and I was thinking thinking the same thing. I was like, well, if you're gonna, he said, if you're gonna have to have something serialized, and the lower is what you want serialized because it's the cheap part, right? You can get an inexpensive lower, way less expensive than you can an upper. Now I know Safety Harbor Firearms had trouble with their 50 caliber.
Yeah.
Their bolt action. They stopped making them because the ATF decided that they had to serialize both parts because of the way the gun was built, because it was a bolt action. So they serialized the lower and serialized the upper also. So two things. One, what do you guys think about this? If you're going to have it something serialized, should you just wipe your hands up and be like, okay, we're going to have it serialized. We might as well just be the lower that's inexpensive. Or do you think it's do you think it's kind of an interesting thought and might eventually turn into firearms manufacturers doing more modular guns that would not be considered firearms also? If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, just like SIG. Just like the P320.
Right.
The chassis is the only thing serialized and nothing else is. You can change the upper, the lower, or whatever you want to do, and just that chassis, quote unquote.
Well, now I mean,
serialized.
As far as the non-shooty bits not being the serialized portion, how many pistols is it? Just the frame? Most 1911s are. I mean, with the exception of stuff that's imported or made by an importer company, it's the frame. But like on a Glock or a Beretta, everything, the frame, the slide, and the barrel's all serialized. But that's because in Europe, they call it the pressure or the pressure control parts. So like the barrels and the receivers and that, or the pressure bearing parts, is what they serialize because that's a little bit more difficult to make. I don't know. The ATF has already made a decision that, okay, this particular piece is the serialized part, or is what we consider the firearm and what needs to have the serial number on. Was listening to a couple of Forgotten Weapons Q&As a while ago, and they had one, the big auction house that he goes to, their NFA expert, and he made comment of, yeah, there's several how do you put it? Basically, like inert pieces of metal, like a side plate on a Browning 1919 machine gun that's considered the registered part. And all it is a piece of sheet metal with a couple of, it's just a piece of milled metal with a couple of grooves into it. It's not, any of the other parts. It's just, okay, this is what the BATF came up with as the registered part, or what needs to be serialized. So, I don't know. It's one of those things where I can see that if, kind of like the pistol braces, of if enough people start saying this or start questioning this, the ATF might all of a sudden just go, okay, screw it. Now they both have to be serialized, and any non-serialized thing either has to be done or whatever. Then, yes, Guitar Man Pete, that's not anti-American. It's requiring at a federal level or any governmental level that, hey, this piece of private property has to have a certain number, or has to be serial numbered and has to be recorded, and whatever is BS. But from like a manufacturing standpoint of, it's still a good idea to serialize any type of machinery that you're putting out, so you can say, oh, hey, yeah, we had problems where this certain part didn't get heat treated, and it's between this serial number range and this serial number range, instead of just, oh, hey, from June to middle of October, there may have been a heat treat issue with this critical part. We're not sure, so just everyone send their rifle in.
Yeah. No, I mean, we're not going to get away from, it's going to be interesting to see if, like I say, if other manufacturers are going to, I just don't know what to think about it. You know what I mean? Like, do you just leave well enough alone and be like, hey, the lower is the serialized part, and what about these
alone and try and push it
exactly well enough alone and let it go?
And what about these? What about the lawyers that are getting people off of charges? Maybe it's not a whole lot. I'll say that it might not be a whole lot. Couple of people here and there, but there's reports of lawyers getting people off of firearms charges because the lower doesn't meet the requirements of being a firearm. That's weird. That's weird that that's going on. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very sticky situation. But they're gonna. I mean, I feel like those guys did something illegal. They're getting off of it, and what's going to happen is it's going to push them to want to serialize both parts.
Well, now, I don't know. I personally, without knowing the exact details of any of the cases, just throw this as a blanket. Oh, hey, this guy was doing something shady, and they threw this firearms charge on it, and this lawyer's using this perceived technicality to get their client off. It's it could have just been something as simple as, I don't know, whether it be like some type of domestic, or, oh, hey, we found like an ounce of weed on you, and you also have this upper or this lower, which is technically a firearm. So
yeah, the lower, the upper, it wouldn't matter.
It wouldn't be. It's one of those things where you don't see people charged with this specific law itself. It's something they tack on in addition to either stick on or something to where they can get you to plead down to of, oh, well, we'll drop this bigger charge that carries potential of prison time, and if just plead to this lower thing, and we'll let you go with a $1,000 fine and a slap on the wrist.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know. It's just it's very interesting to think about what it could turn into, or devolve or evolve into. Really, I mean, it could be a pain in the ass. This could be a real pain in the ass in the making, where they don't, these guys are getting off the hook, and government sees that and they're like, all right, we can't let these guys get off the hook for this. Is bullshit. Or on the other hand, it could motivate the firearms companies to do something to maybe make more modular type guns.
I don't know. SIG might still hold the patents on the intellectual property to their modular system for the time being.
Yeah.
Because God forbid that a company makes something that's similar to a pre-existing item.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Glimtech, Moo, do you have anything in on this one?
No, again, like I said, SIG had the right idea, but unless they're willing to, no, I thought I could have sworn Beretta. I thought Beretta, one of the older Berettas, had that chassis system. Actually, even before SIG.
I don't know.
What is it? The PF4 Storm? I'm pretty sure the PF4 Storm has a chassis system that's removable.
Nope.
I'm not sure.
No, it doesn't.
I could have sworn one of them did.
No, now the CX carbine, that you can, it's semi-modular, and you can take out or exchange different magazine walls for like the 90, for like the 92, the 96, and the CX or the PX.
PX.
No, I think the Steyr pistols have a chassis system, but I don't know if they ever marketed that as, oh, you can do all this, this, and this.
Kinky says that the Beretta APX has the chassis. The chassis.
Yeah. I knew there was a Beretta that had it. I just didn't know which one.
Yeah, but the APX came out later because the whole chassis system started with the SIG P250, the hammer-fired variation. And like I said, it could just be a certain facet of that chassis system, or of their chassis system, that they have a patent on. Because that's what companies will do. They'll buy up the rights to the intellectual property rights to it and patent that. Right. Just on the off chance that something comes along later and it's, oh, hey, we have a patent on this, so either cease and desist or pay us royalties. Looking at you, Google and Apple.
Just like Glock and Smith and Wesson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got burned on that one, huh?
Yep, Smith and Wesson got to pay Glock $1 for every SV9 they sell.
Yeah, but no, to answer your question, or Midnight, I'm with you. I really don't know how I feel about that or what to think about it.
Yeah, I'm I'm kind of on the fence about it. It's a weird situation.
Does that mean then your upper serial number has to match your lower serial number moving forward?
That's one of the things I'll be worried about is pushing for no separate upper and lower sales or something, that you have to buy a complete firearm with matching serial numbers or something stupid like that. Like it wouldn't matter,
through an FFL.
Right. Yeah. I don't know.
That put poor old Ellis out of a job.
Mm-hmm.
He'd have to come to you and say, Midnight, can I be your dishwasher?
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Ozark says, I was shocked the APX is no wider than a Glock. Thought it would sure be bigger with the chassis. Chassis.
I mean, you can get polymer pretty darn thin, and it's still, if it's backing up against the chassis, it doesn't have to be all that structurally sound. It's just got to, cover it and look nice.
Mm. Yeah, as long as you're not getting cracks in it anywhere.
I don't know.
You can only go so thin,
I don't know. Every time I take the back off my phone to pull the battery out because it's being stupid, I'm surprised at how super thin the plastic on the battery door is.
Mm-hmm. How often do you shoot 40 calibers out of your phone?
I can neither confirm nor deny that my phone identifies as A40 Smith & Wesson.
Right.
One of those old Nextel phones.
Oh my God, those were they were like hammers, man.
Like a brick.
Yeah.
I had one I had a yellow and black one.
I wanted one when they came out. I was like, that's so cool to have the walkie-talkie feature. It's so neat.
Push to talk nationwide.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even that came back because Stranger Things made it popular. So, oh, hey, this new iPhone case, it has a built-in two-way radio. Seriously.
This is an interesting one. Not so much for... Shut up, pop up. Not so much for conversation, but just because it's good to see. I think this is, a hopeful thing to see. Gay drag queen slams extremely irresponsible parents for taking kids to drag queen story hour.
It's ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. That's right.
That was
conservatives.
actually a good one.
Yeah. It's ma'am. What kind of sandwich you got there? It's ham.
Okay, princess, just calm down. Tuck it back up.
Lay off me, I'm starving. You ever see that with Chris Farley?
Yeah.
That's not way too good.
I'm starving.
Lay off me, I'm starving.
Give me some more fries.
Yeah. Yeah. Conservatives have been screaming from the rooftops that liberal parents are abusing and sexualizing their kids by taking them to drag queen story hours for some time now. Children should not be subjected to burly men in drag twerking and pushing a fringe sexual lifestyle. These are kids. Their innocence should be guarded at all costs, and they should be taught traditional moral values. So the LGBTQ community should never be a playground for young kids. The gay, quote-unquote, drag queen lifestyle is filled with sexual innuendos and outright sexualization. Why would any sane and decent parent want to subject their young child to that? That's the question that one gay drag queen is asking. And he says the parents who take their kids to drag queen story hours are actually extremely irresponsible. So this is it's ham, Ozark says. So this is somebody that lives that lifestyle is saying how inappropriate it is. They do bring up in I saw something about this today too. I didn't listen. I didn't watch the video, but Tim Pool had something about it. I'm not sure, how what he got into with it, but there was another article where they were talking about what's the kid's name that was on stage. She was like 8 or something on stage doing the dancing, and the dudes were putting dollar bills in his outfit and stuff like that. I'll tell you what, man.
Desmond is amazing.
That's the guy. That's the kid. Desmond is amazing. Right.
Now you see, this is why the good things like this is why the good Lord, our God, Amazon made such a thing as the Brooklyn Crusher unbreakable baseball bat.
A drag queen performs in a nightclub for adults. There's a lot of filth that goes on, a lot of sexual stuff that goes on, and backstage there are a lot of nudity, sex, and drugs, okay? So I don't think this is an avenue you want your child to explore. So that's, when that Desmond stuff came out, it was so crazy to see how for it so many people were. So
yeah, they were all left-wing nut jobs.
Yeah,
a whole lot of them.
To watch a young kid like that be sexualized, exploited, and really just, used almost. And to see it, if it was any other situation other than the gay community, and drag queens, it would have been slammed horrendously. If that was a young girl,
mm-hmm.
If that was a young girl that just wanted to dance, it's just what she wanted to do. That's what she loves to dance. If the mom was like, oh, she loves to dance, and there's dudes out there shoving dollar bills in her bathing suit or something. Could you imagine? Could you imagine anybody allowing that to happen? It's no different if it's a male, if it's a boy, and it's bullshit. And it's nice to see somebody from that community speaking out against it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think if it was Tim Pool or if it was one of the other guys that I watch. There are certain states that they cannot go into because the state prosecutors already told them if they step foot in this state, we're going to arrest the parents right on the spot for child abuse.
Child neglect or abuse.
Yeah. Yep, child abuse, and that's it. They're done.
I don't know. The whole idea
Woods
of
is out there. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just going to say the whole idea of, let's see if you want to call it marketing as, it's a story time with Jimmy the trans ma'am. It's bullshit. If you want to have a story time and have different people of the community come through and do story time, that's fine, but don't build it up as this, today we have a person of color reading a story of empowerment and blah, blah, blah. It's like, if the person who's reading the story is, behaving the way you should around kids and not being weird and creepy and, hey, do you want to go, would you like some candy, little boy? Would you like to go pet the puppies? Then, leave it be. If they're doing the creepy ass shit like that, then no, you hit them with a rolled up newspaper, say no, and get the hell out.
Yeah, I suppose if you want to expose your kids to all these different lifestyles, it's up to you as a parent. But there's a difference between exposing somebody to a lifestyle and saying these people like to live this way. This is what they like. This is how they feel comfortable. There's a huge difference between teaching kids that some people are different. You know what I mean? And putting different. A kid on stage and having psychos shove dollar bills in their pants. That's fucked up.
Yeah, it's different of asking, how come Mrs. Jensen at the library has huge biceps and an Adam's apple? Well, honey, it's because blah, 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 and some people are born this way or choose this lifestyle or whatever, rather than, Mommy, why does the clown have a bulge?
Yeah, it's and Woods popped in. How you doing, Woods? As a professional behavioral teacher, this is extremely bad idea. That kid will be abused if they stay on that path. Not if, but when. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Getting personality disorders from these kids are getting personality disorders from their sick parents. Yeah, I understand how tough it is to parent for sure. What do you teach your kid? What don't you teach them? When do you teach it to them? How do you tell them stuff? What's a responsible thing to do? But I think you have to. Man, some parents just push stuff on their kids. Man, they just throw them to the wolves, and I just don't understand how a kid is supposed to come out of it, quote unquote, normal or healthy mentally, in some of these situations that you see. It's just crazy. They're going to be messed up, man. It's not going to end right.
Well, the only thing I am going to say is, I guess apparently we need to keep the panel close to what it is now since we have like 40 watching. It's almost one of your highest ones, though.
Yeah, we got in the low 40s a couple times, and that's what I said to the wife too. She was like, "Do you think you'll have a busy show?" And I was like, "I don't know, man, because there hasn't been a lot of live shows. It might actually help a little bit because people haven't been watching a ton of stuff. Maybe they'll be interested in popping in, I will say this too, and I've had this happen in the past. I've got an icon that popped up here that is telling me I need to do an update. So I'm hoping it doesn't hoping it doesn't just do it on its own. I'm telling it not to.
On your Windows machine.
Yeah, it's yeah, exactly. It's a Windows thing. So I told it not to, but if something would happen and we would just go dead, it didn't listen to me and it did it itself.
Well, what's this Wii business? You've completely fried your computer for good 5 minutes, and the show was still on. It's just that we had to play musical chairs to get you back your precious moderator rights.
Yeah, that's true. So we'll see.
It was more to keep them out of Moo's hands.
Hey, now.
Public,
you keep your hay to yourself.
Now that
I see we already have the videos released for State Capitol. I guess Mr. Guns and Gear is already up there, and so is Guns and Gadgets.
Yeah, Guns and Gadgets did a. No, wait. Say it again. Say it again. Guns and Gadgets is in. He's in Vegas.
Not yet. He's not leaving. Because he's speaking tomorrow. He's not leaving for Vegas until after that.
Oh, I thought he was out in Vegas. I thought he just put a video out from Vegas. Shit.
Maybe it was not going to be at Range Day doing this and then jetting.
Maybe, I don't
tomorrow.
know.
Supposedly, he's supposed to be speaking tomorrow, and then after he speaks, he's supposed to be jumping.
Catching the red eye.
Or was that maybe? Yeah, maybe that was the other guy. I don't know. I can't.
So that's a good question I had, too. Who's going to be live streaming? I did see John Crump just put out a video not long ago as a test. It says John Crump Test 4 Lobby Day. So I don't know, but he said on his show last night that he wasn't going to be live streaming and other people were. So do you guys have anybody that's definitely going to be live streaming it so that we can keep up on the...
Here. Okay. I'm sorry, that was incorrect. It's Town Hall Media. He's actually in Virginia, and he's the one that's going to SHOT Show. He's going to this in the morning, and he has a 6 p.m. flight to catch in DC.
Town Hall Media, okay.
Yeah, Town Hall Media. And apparently he's going to be live streaming, but apparently from what I understand, he's not, but a group that he's affiliated with is. And this is actually also supposed to be covered by one of the local radio stations as well. And
yeah, I did hear something about that too.
Yep, they're syndicated as well. So,
what do we got there? Oh, Kinky's on the crapper trying to kill 10 minutes again. Okay, that's nice.
Yankee? Not what I've heard.
Patriot says, how's it going to work if you live stream and the people across the street have firearms? Yeah, I mean, I guess the algorithm could pick it up, but you could also, I mean, if it was me, you could live stream it and just keep your camera off too, just for audio. I'd be happy with that. Because I know they're doing some speaking, like an hour's worth of speakers, I believe. So, I mean, personally, I'd be happy just to be able to listen to the speakers. So we'll see. Is anybody, even out in the chat, do you guys know of anybody that's going to be live streaming it? So maybe we could, tell people where to go. Anybody else, I should say. I know Town Hall Media, you said, but
Town Hall Media, Cam and Company. Cam Edwards, I think, is who that is because, like I said, he's one of the speakers tomorrow.
Okay.
No, New York Outcast. They are actually doing a security screening and not allowing people to have firearms within their special fenced-in area. I don't know, brings up, or probably a stupid thought for me is, so with Newsom, whatever the hell the guy's name is, with his emergency powers, is he able to, say, jam or disable the internet and the cellulars in the area?
I don't think, I can't imagine
that. Was already asked, and he does not have the authority to do that.
I mean, when you start talking about doing something like that too, like
you're echoing, Sarge.
We're getting an echo there, Sarge.
And not like a good echo, like a
the repercussions of shutting down cell service. If somebody gets hurt and can't call for help or something like that, or somebody gets injured and they trace, I don't know that they would risk that, man. That's pretty risky. You've got a hell of a. Go ahead.
This is also the party that was threatening to cut off all services to the sanctuary counties. Now, just because you can't legally do it doesn't mean they won't. Doesn't mean they can't try or just say, "Well, no, the service just got overloaded."
Catch us up on what's happening.
We're talking about. You said all the assholes are out in Vegas. That's pretty much all we've been talking about.
Well, you're right.
Well, actually, we were talking about how Midnight somehow managed to merge an apple fritter and a Monte Cristo together, and it didn't explode on them.
It's called a Cristo fritter.
Send it to Vegas. I'll get you the address.
No. Do you have any idea how much it's going to cost to courier that thing over to you? Because if we send it to you and it's not still hot and crispy, you're going to whine about it.
And answer the question.
Have you never watched this show?
Hey, just let me know whenever you feel like answering what I asked.
We're talking about Virginia. You guys don't care about Virginia. You're out in Vegas, remember?
No, we do. But what were you talking about? Services being cut off?
They were just saying, so every once in a while somebody will bring up how they wonder if they're going to cut cell services, in the area.
Wondering it. Okay,
yeah.
So it hasn't been alleged they're going to do it?
No.
Well, no.
Oh, okay.
It's one of those things where Midnight was asking, does anybody know of anyone who's going to be live streaming during the day? And then somebody brought up the fact of, well, if there's guns around, how's that going to work for live streaming? And then we reiterated earlier in the broadcast that within the Newsom special super safe fenced-in area, they are not allowing people anything. They're having people go through security with metal detectors and that to screen out the things. And I simply pose the question of how likely would it be for them to block services or block cell services within that particular area under his alleged state of emergency powers.
I don't think that would be likely.
Yeah.
That'd be the complete opposite of what a state of emergency would entail. Even though we know this is wrongly enacted, it would be the complete opposite. You have to be able to reach emergency services. So, yeah, they would.
I've got a link to Town Hall. I'm doing a link to Town Hall Media here. I'll throw it in the chat real quick.
Let's see. Third or fourth hand gossip here, so let's keep this fear-mongering going, because fear-mongering is what causes us to get the Hunan Mohammeds, and the Hunan Mohammeds equal profit. 9mm is saying that Rob D is saying GPS is already down in VA. I don't know how GPS can really go down. It's a space-based system. I mean, it can be people outside of the government. It can block the analog signals from GPS, but you do that and get anywhere within like 50 miles of an airport, and you're talking some serious federal offenses.
I know we kind of got off of it, but something that shit. Tara Smith up there while we were still talking about it. She said, I'm in the queer community and I don't like drag queen story time. I also think there is a Munchausen by proxy of the parents. With all the trans kids, the parents want the attention. I thought that was a good comment, and I wanted to make sure we put it out there.
Yeah, the parents wanting attention or living vicariously through their kids is shit that's been going on for decades. I mean, look at how many child stars from, like, say, back in the day, like the 30s, 40s, and 50s, got completely screwed up because their parents just wanted to cling on to the fact that, oh, hey, this is my meal ticket. This is how people notice me. I mean, look at, for as messed up as it is, the whole John Bonet thing back in the, what was that, late 80s, early 90s or so?
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, it's, some people just need to be taken out back and beat over the head with a concrete newspaper saying, no, stop it.
with that special bat that you were talking about earlier.
You mean that wonderful Brooklyn Crusher that if you follow the special affiliate link to Shilling for Snob, you'll get they'll charge you an extra 25%.
Seven Wonders said Mr. Guns and Gear is supposed to be streaming too. I've been not a huge Mr. Guns and Gear fan as of late. I'm not sure.
I'm actually watching his video that he just released.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because he did a kind of a tour of the grounds and where you're going to be able
down
to go,
there now?
where you're not. And, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Black Cat put out a video from somebody that was down there too. They were showing some stuff. So yeah, I don't know if I had anything. That was a drag queen one. So yeah, Virginia is boy. I really hope nothing happens. I really do.
I love the pictures. I love the pictures they put up of the flyers they send out. They put Northam on the pictures in blackface.
Yeah,
that's what he did. That was his claim to fame, and that's what he did. And that's what they were going after him before.
Is this like a Trudeau thing where it wasn't blackface, it was brownface?
No, it was actually blackface, and he actually admitted to it. Then he actually admitted to the second one, which is when he was in the KKK outfit.
Okay, blackface is bad. Okay, so
Erstwhile is out there. He said high impact flicks.
High impact flicks.
I'll write a couple of them down here. So,
okay.
So Town Hall Media, I threw up there in the chat. It's a link to them, and then
he's pretty good. I actually like Cam Edwards. He's really down to earth.
Mm-hmm. Be nice to have one or two to go to. You can flip back and forth depending on where they're standing, and if one of them cuts out or something, you can go back to the other one. George says, "I'm brown face."
That's racist.
Yeah,
I am too, depending on whether I'm at the mine or not. Does that constitute?
Yes, AC, it is Dem privilege. Because, the Democrats were never, ever racist. I mean, especially Southern Democrats. Or, Virginia, which seceded from the Union.
So that last one, that last video that on Town Hall Media, Cam Edwards was going over with that guy from West Virginia. I guess he's one of the councilmen from West Virginia, because I guess West Virginia opened up the invitation for any county in Virginia to come and join West Virginia.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they said we'll take you over here.
Apparently, when they split the first time, there were three counties there were three counties in Virginia that they opened it up to. Two of the three went, and the third one didn't. But they're still eligible to go. Apparently, the invitation was an open-ended invitation, and there was no time limit on it. So they're actually seriously considering about bailing and going to West Virginia.
We can go to a state with a shitty political system, or we can go to the meth capital of the U.S.
No, that's Globe. That's where I live. Oh.
Next story I got here. And this is a bummer. Yeah, it's got pictures, but I don't know that we need them. But sure, I can screen share it.
And I'm just trying to lighten the mood, all this doom and gloom.
Well, that's why I'm moving on here a little bit. And this is a bummer.
I instantly regret it.
This is a bummer. Hank Azaria says he will no longer voice Apu 3 years after the Simpsons characters came under scrutiny. So this dude has been playing, amongst other parts, Apu. Apu Nahasapima Pedalon for 30 years.
Which is actually the full name of a kid that Matt Groening went to high school with, I think. It was Nahasa. It was like Nahasapim Mapedalon.
Yeah. After 30 years as controversial Indian-American actor on The Simpsons, Hank Azaria has announced he will no longer voice the thickly accented Apu Nahasapima Pedalon. All we know is that all we know there is I won't be doing the voice. All we know there's supposed to be a punctuation or something in there. All we know there is I won't be doing the voice anymore unless there's some way to transition it or something, said Azaria. An industry news blog. So, I mean, I know I did hear something about Apu possibly becoming like the owner of all the Quickie Marts or being the CEO of the company or something like that. Somebody was saying, but that's just people grasping at straws to keep him on the show. What they're going to do with the character is their call, as Azaria said. It's up to them, and they haven't sorted it out yet. All we've agreed on is I won't do the voice anymore. The decision to remove Azaria from voicing Apu was mutual, the actor said, according to /Film. We agreed on it, he said. We all feel like it's the right thing and good about it. Seven Wonders, yeah. The comedian Hari Kondabolu, whose 2017 documentary The Problem with Apu thrust controversy over the character into the mainstream, wrote Friday on Twitter that he hopes The Simpsons keeps Apu and lets a very talented writing staff do something interesting with him. My documentary, The Problem with Apu, was not made to get rid of a dated cartoon character, but to discuss race, representation, and my community, which I love very much, Kondabolu wrote. It was also about how you can love something like The Simpsons and still be critical about aspects of it. Apu. Fox, which airs the show, says The Simpsons has no comment. Representatives for Azaria did not respond to CNN's requests.
Remember when Isaac Hayes refused to do Chef's voice?
Yep, they fucking wrecked him, man.
Oh, yeah?
They killed him. They just took like 10 minutes in the show killing him off.
Mm-hmm. Chocolate salted balls.
It's, just can't have fun things anymore.
Nope.
Just can't have fun things anymore. The idea that anybody, young or old, past or present, was bullied or teased based on the character of Pooh is just really makes me sad, says Azaria, who voices other characters on the show. It was certainly not my intention, he said. I wanted to spread laughter and joy with this character, and the idea that it brought pain and suffering in any way, that it was used to marginalize people is upsetting.
Oh, so this is okay. CNN. Yeah.
Yeah, it's. Yeah.
I don't know
if this is what you get to look forward to if Democrats ever take office.
Yeah,
and get a majority.
I don't know. As George Carlin once said, it's all bullshit and it's bad for you.
Baby Yoda isn't actually a Baby Yoda, Jon Favreau says. Holy, this just in. Hot off the presses.
Lies and slander.
And in food news today.
Beep, 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 beep. Oh.
Wait, food news?
And in food news, right?
Food.
MSG in Chinese food isn't unhealthy. You're just racist, activists say.
There you go.
Wah wah.
I saw this one and I was like, let's see what this is all about. If you have heard the term MSG, you might also have heard of its common but inaccurate connotations. For years, monosodium glutamate, a food additive known as MSG, has been branded as an unhealthy processed ingredient mainly found in Chinese food. despite a lack of supporting scientific evidence. This perception, which activists argue is outdated and racist, is also widespread that the Merriam-Webster dictionary has an entry for the term Chinese restaurant syndrome, a type of condition that allegedly affects people eating Chinese food heavily seasoned with MSG, with symptoms like dizziness and palpitations. Now, activists has launched
all the time. And I don't eat Chinese food.
I'd say about half the time Moo's on the show, he's slurring his speech. He has dizziness and palpitations. What the hell?
Don't pigeonhole me.
We're not. We're just putting you in your stable.
Well, look at having to sit there and look at Robbie the robot there. That does nothing give anybody heart palpitations. And
now activists have launched a campaign.
You're just jealous of the epic patch wall.
The hell is CRM? Chinese restaurant syndrome. Headed by Japanese food and seasoning company Ajinomoto. The online campaign urges Merriam-Webster to change its entry to reflect the scientific consensus on MSG. Hey, Bishop's out there. How you doing, Bishop? Glad to see you got out there all right. Hope everything's going great. And the impact of misinformation on the American public's perception of Asian cuisine. And we've talked about MSG a little bit. We've talked about, I talked about that double-blind or that blind study study or whatever that they set up on Alton Brown was in on. I slur my speech in a constructive manner. The more you know. Where's the little star? Shooting star.
Da, 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 da.
Yeah. It says, to this day, the myth around MSG is ingrained in America's consciousness, with Asian food and culture still receiving unfair blame, said the company in its campaign website. Chinese restaurant syndrome isn't just scientifically false, it's xenophobic. So that's if you're scared of alien monsters in the space. In a video released by Ajinomoto, several Asian American figures, restaurateurs, and medical professionals spoke out against the misconceptions surrounding MSG and Chinese food.
Meh.
Jesus Christ, Sarge, how far do you have to drive from dinner to the hotel?
All the way.
About, 20 or 30 minutes?
I just say
it was a while.
A house, not a hotel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, watching this, I can't help feeling that we're missing out on some Sopranos theme music right about now.
Calling it Chinese restaurant syndrome is really ignorant, said restaurateur Eddie Huang.
The dinner was a little far away, but it was good.
Whose memoir was it? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just making fun of Sarge's connection.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
ignore me, I'm just being my regular asshole self.
Whose memoir was adapted to hit the sitcom Fresh Off the Boat. In the video, he pointed out that MSG is not only delicious, but found in practically all processed foods from ranch dressing to Doritos.
What about ranch dressing Doritos?
Those are all
cool
natural.
Mm-hmm. Cool ranch. Yeah, those are organic and stuff.
Well, it came from nature in some form.
In the lab.
Oh, no. You see, we took the seaweed, we boil it, and we take out the essence and give you the equivalent of like a ton of seaweed.
Like in Dune, it was the spice.
Well, here we go. It says, what MSG is and isn't. Chances are you've eaten it. It's a common amino acid naturally found in foods like tomatoes and cheese, which people then figured out how to extract and ferment, a process similar to how we make yogurt and wine. I didn't know it was fermented. The fermented MSG is now used to flavor lots of different foods like stews or chicken stock. It's also widely used because it taps into our fifth basic taste, umami. Umami is less well known than other tastes like saltiness or sweetness, but it's everywhere. It's the complex, savory taste you find in mushrooms or Parmesan cheese. I like to think of umami as rich, like rich tasting.
Like Rich White.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know.
People have. Yeah, go ahead.
Nah, nothing.
People have consumed MSG throughout history, according to the FDA, but the debate over its health effects began in '68 when a man wrote a letter to the New England Journal of Medicine complaining of numbness after eating at Chinese restaurants. The idea that Chinese food was dangerous spread quickly and was lent legitimacy by some medical professionals at the time. A '69 scientific paper identified MSG as the cause of the Chinese restaurant syndrome and warned that it caused burning sensations, facial pressure, and chest pain. That's not to say it was significantly scientifically proven. A '86 paper in a journal Food and Chemical Toxicology argued that a decade of research had failed to reveal any objective sign that MSG was dangerous and that the very idea of Chinese restaurant syndrome was questionable.
I just say if you eat too much, you get those symptoms, and if you're having a heart attack, you get those symptoms. So, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. So. And now they're to fight for Asian food in America. As the Ajinomoto campaign points out, the public scare over MSG unfairly places the blame on Chinese food, and it's particularly why many of the U.S. still think Chinese food as processed, unclean, or unhealthy. This perception and the growing movement to break down the stereotype made national headlines in the spring of '19 when a white woman opened a Chinese restaurant called Lucky Lee's in New York. And we talked about this story. The restaurant would serve clean Chinese food, she wrote in a now deleted Instagram post, food that wasn't too oily and it wouldn't make people feel bloated or icky afterwards. So, which is totally fine. And I think if you have a problem with that, you're an asshole. Almost immediately, the internet was in an uproar. Members of the Asian American community Members of the Asian and Asian American community accused the owner of not just appropriating another culture's cuisine, but doing it with an offensive rather than appreciative approach. The owner responded shortly after backlash, acknowledging in an Instagram post that the Chinese food had health benefits and promising to always listen and reflect accordingly. The restaurant closed in December of 2019, 8 months after opening. She apologized more explicitly in an interview with the New York Times, but still critics argued that her original post had reinforced negative and false stereotypes around Chinese food, instead of exploring what it actually is. Gordon Ramsay, here's to the side here, it says related article, Gordon Ramsay's new authentic Asian restaurant kicks off cultural appropriation dispute. Fucking A. Jesus. It's basically saying that unless you're Asian, if you're not Asian, you're not allowed to cook Asian food. If you're not black, you're not allowed to cook African or soul food. If you're not white, you're not allowed to make, do
anything.
Pennsylvania Dutch or something like that. Like, now people are saying, and what she said, and we talked about this before, what she said was she wants to make clean food. She wrote in an Instagram post, food that wasn't too oily and that wouldn't make people feel bloated and icky afterwards. She wanted to do light food, healthier food that wasn't going to leave you feel heavy afterwards. There's nothing wrong with that. That is and has been a huge marketing push in restaurants for years. We're trying to lighten up on the butter. We're lightening up on the fat. We're cutting carbs. We're pushing, vegetables and seafood. We're trying to be healthier. There's nothing wrong with that, and there's nothing wrong with anything that you want to push your restaurant towards. If you want to do your restaurant towards a bunch of whatever. Who gives a shit? It's your restaurant. Do what you want. Stay out of it. If you don't want to go there, don't go there. If you want to go there, go there. Have a blast. If you go there and you don't like something, you want to write a review, that's one thing. But, don't smash the restaurant for having a theme or a goal. And their goal was not inappropriate at all. It wasn't racist in any way. It's the same thing that we've done at our restaurant. We've done dishes. We've done certain dishes in a way that was not traditional because we wanted them to be a little bit lighter, a little bit fresher, a little bit lighter. You do that during the summertime when you don't want foods to be as heavy during the summertime because people are looking to eat lighter and healthier and not as dense and rich. Now, I know this article kind of split off there and started going to
Metzoland.
Yeah. Amid all the hullabaloo, restaurateurs like celebrity chef David Wong's a chef too. David Chang, who produced and starred in the Netflix series Ugly Delicious, and Anthony Bourdain, the late host of CNN's award-winning series Parts Unknown, have worked to change public perception. The fears surrounding MSG were just a psychopathic myth, Chang said in a tweet. In another post, he shared how he uses MSG in his daily life, adding it as seasoning to snacks like popcorn. Bourdain, who traveled the world and showcased an extraordinary diversity of cultures and cuisines, was more explicit. I think MSG is good stuff, he said in 2016, filmed in China. I don't react to it. Nobody does. It's a lie. You know what causes Chinese restaurant syndrome, he added as he walked through the streets of Sichuan? Racism. So there we go. I know that's a little bit, it was a little bit all over the place, but it does kind of make sense. Hullabaloo is that Big Igloo's cousin. Yeah, it's time for the hullabaloo.
Nah, I think that might be.
Are we talking about kimchi out there or what?
Disney character, Hullabaloo.
Hullabaloo. Yeah. It's the bare necessities, those simple bare necessities.
No. Tailspins, man. Tailspins is where it's at.
Forget about the worries and your strife.
It's the bare necessities of Mother Nature's recipes. Recipes of life. Wherever I wander, wherever I roam, I couldn't be fonder of my big home. The bees are buzzing in the trees. They're making honey just for me. When I look under the rocks and plants and take a glance at the fancy ants. How do I remember that? It's been 20 years since I've seen that.
I had that on an LP.
Jesus, how did that just popped out? I don't know how I remembered all that. That was crazy.
Genesis of all ages, tonight's musical interlude brought to you by the Yankee Marshal. Please remember to send all complaints to shootingleft-of-center at gmail.com. Subject, normal music and karaoke. We now return you to our regularly scheduled programming already in progress.
Midnight
probably
forgot his social security number because he
probably that moved it out of that. That moved it right out of there. Pushed my social security number out of there. I was in budget. I was gonna say I'm probably gonna get a strike for that one. Disney. There's gonna be a FBI agent with FBI Disney logo pounding on my door in 20 minutes.
No. Mickey's gonna show up to your door and personally put the boots to you, medium style. You do not fuck with the mouse.
At a medium pace.
At a medium pace. That's a Sandler.
Sandler shampoo bottle. Yeah. Yep.
That's such a weird song, man.
I know, but it's hilarious.
Yeah. At a medium pace.
You want me to sing it?
People can look it up for themselves. What's it called? Do you remember what that song's called?
I think it's just called Medium Pace.
Is it? I don't think it is. I think it's.
Hang on.
Look it up. It's such a weird song, man.
Make me push my ball.
It's off of one of his it's off of one of his stand-ups he does as a song.
Call me an ugly woman and punch me in the face.
My health problems historically at Chinese restaurant was only going back and forth. Back for the fourth plate. Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Tara Smith says,
go ahead.
Tara Smith says one of my grandmother's names was Lafayette. Am I still allowed to make gumbo? I guess. I guess we'll let it slide.
Yep, it says at a medium pace, Adam Sandler.
Oh yeah. It's such a weird one.
Oh,
what were you gonna say, Ape?
Well, okay, with who said it with problems with going back to the fourth plate. Look, anything in enough quantity or in a large enough quantity is bad for you. So, I don't know. So, yes, is just taking like a pint of MSG and just downing it bad for you? Yes. Is eating the equivalent, I mean, in food bad for you? In several ways, yes. Is it bad for you like every once in a while? Probably not. Unless you're like one of the people who's, evolution or nature or nurture just made you to where you're sensitive to it or where it just doesn't mix with you. So.
I'm scrolling back through because I wasn't looking at it. And a guy that comments says, I'll stick to my American Oreos packaged in Mexico. Thank you very much.
What do you got against Mexican Oreos? They use actual sugar.
Mm-hmm.
And creme.
Yeah. Seven Wonder says, I've suddenly been listening to Weird Al songs this weekend. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Especially the first couple albums, man.
My favorite eyes.
There's a song called Melanie. That's a funny one too. It's a creeper song. He's like spying on this chick, his neighbor. He's like in love with her, and he's all creepy about her. That's a good one.
So creepy, like Warren Zevon, the excitable boy, or just kind of somewhat creepy?
Well, he just talks about how in love he is with her, and I forget how it goes, but the one he sings about how much he loves her and stuff like that for a little while, and then he says, "And to think I would have never found you if I hadn't bought that telescope." Melanie, why won't you go out with me? that's the chorus. That's funny. Yeah, that's man. He's a really cool guy too. I've seen a bunch of interviews with him. Do you ever hear what happened to his parents?
Who's that?
Weird Al.
Oh no.
His parents died. They had carbon monoxide poisoning. I think there was I think it was carbon monoxide. Something happened at their house, and they were in bed asleep, and I don't think it wasn't gas. It was carbon monoxide.
Yeah, and, like maybe a furnace exhaust pipe got blocked, or a pilot light wasn't working quite right.
Something, I don't remember what it is, but yeah, it was a real shame. Really sad.
Weird Al song is good when you listen to it, but then you go back and just on random play, the original pops up, and you're kind of like, oh well, this isn't quite as good as Weird Al's. I mean, no offense to you, Survivor, but Rye the Kaiser is the superior song. It's the Rye the Kaiser, the weeder, the
that guy's wife's out there. How you doing?
Laura Minthia.
And where's your hairstylist? Where's your husband?
Where is your Lucky Charm?
Yeah.
So Kingpin, you mentioned Warren Zevon. Did you watch that documentary when he was
Kingpin.
Yeah, well, let's wait. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see if Kingpin answers. Everybody be quiet. Let's see if Kingpin answers.
All right, fine.
Fuck you, Kingpin.
You would, wouldn't you?
I'm too lazy. But did you see that documentary when he was like on his deathbed?
No,
not really. The only thing I really remember, is kind of what his alleged last words were was "enjoy every sandwich."
Was it a hot dog sandwich?
I don't know. It's one of those things where you start listening to Werewolves of London, and Alabama did rip off his riff for that.
Yeah.
Then you listen to the kind of his rebuttal song to that, and it's kind of, this is dark, but it's also kind of funny because it's basically a big middle finger to Sweet Home Alabama and all the people who crank it up because it's the best song ever.
Turn it up.
I turned my son on to Werewolves of London a couple months ago. Let him listen to it. He liked it. He thought it was a fun song. He's in the car seat in the back going, "Oh, Werewolves of London."
Well, now Midnight, you need to just move the track or CD forward a couple tracks and get them ready for singing, or get them to sing "Lawyers, Guns, and Money."
Yeah. And Ballroom Blitz. He loves Ballroom Blitz. He can't say it. He can't. He always. Yeah.
No, the best is when the kids mispronounce words.
Yeah.
So how does he say Ballroom Blitz?
He'll say like ball boom bit. Yeah, ball broom bits. Yeah, he can't. It's a tough one. Yeah. He actually.
You'll say that for the rest of your life.
Yeah. He actually lost his first tooth tonight.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What did he do?
Nothing. It was wiggly, and he was getting super upset. So eventually, the wife was, she was like, "Do you want Dad to pull it out?" And he said no, and then he said yes, and he said no, then he said yes, and he went back and forth, and eventually he was like, "Yeah, get it out," and I just popped it out.
Was it one of his front teeth?
Mm-hmm. Bottom front. Yeah.
Nice.
Now, was it with a plier, your bare finger, or did you try the string in the doorknob?
No, it was super loose. Yeah. It was super loose. I just popped that paper towel around it and just popped it out. Once I got a hold of the first couple times, it slipped out, but once I actually got a hold of the thing, it popped right out.
Once we kind of tried off and adhered to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the other one, the one beside it's a little bit wiggly too. I was calling him Mr. Webb and calling him Mr. Wiggles for like 3 days.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
now, speaking of kids mispronouncing things, so with the newfound rightly earned hatred for Bill Cosby, has anyone seen that they're rebooting Kids Say the Darndest Things, but with a completely different title?
No, I didn't. They should get. They should just get. What's his face from Whose Line Is It Anyway? With the black dude. He'd be good at that.
No, it's some female of color, to use the current parlante terms or something. I don't know. It's something that pops up every once in a while on like YouTube for, oh, hey, we're NBC or we're CBS. Watch our shit.
Yeah.
Was that Wayne Brady?
Wayne Brady, yeah. Yeah, that's who I'm thinking of. He'd be awesome at that show.
He's hilarious.
Yeah. One of the funniest things too, because he seems like such a nice guy, and he's just always been like, he's funny. I mean, he's really, really talented guy. He's a great singer. But when Chappelle had him on his show, when they had that skit with Wayne Brady and Chappelle, and Wayne Brady took him out on the town that night, holy shit, that was funny.
Throws him out of the truck, caps him in both knees, says, "I'm Wayne Brady, bitch." And
he's a pimp. Like he stopped to get money from his girls. And he's like, "Does Wayne Brady have to choke a bitch?" And they're sitting on Dave starts crying, and they're sitting on the curb on the sidewalk and the curb, and they're eating the sandwich. He's like, "Eat your damn sandwich, Dave." Dave's like, he's crying and sniffling. It's funny. Neil Peart died. I'm never a big Rush. I appreciate Rush, but I never could really, other than a couple of really mainstream songs that I liked, I just couldn't handle a whole lot of Geddy Lee's vocals, man. And it's just that he's just such a weird, pitchy, I don't know, squeaky voice.
Yeah.
That way, wife media said hi. Budget and A&A. We tried to go to the Hoover Dam yesterday, but we got turned around because we had 3 firearms in the car.
Well,
do you have any firearms in? Do you have any firearms in the car? Yeah, all of them.
Well, Armenti, all you had to say was, "Look, we're with the New California Republic. We're here to battle Caesar's Legion. So just let us through." And once I started talking Fallout, Honda shows up. Great.
Honda, you son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch!
Give me a drink.
Hey, Honda's out there. What's up? Honda, good show tonight from what I was able to listen to.
The
way they were doing, they did Waco tonight. Waco was it's a hell of a story, man. I'll have to go back and listen to the last little bit of the show, see where you guys ended up with it. Or hop in. You got a link. Hop in here and tell us how it went.
Click the link.
Link the click.
Put the link in the box.
No, but put the link back in the box.
AC97 or AC97 says, rumor has it Virginians are terrible boat drivers.
Yeah.
Well, they've got like the whole Atlantic Ocean on one side.
I heard some of them are going to drive their boats right to the rally tomorrow. We ended in bullshit, he said. Yeah, that happens.
Well, Honda, you should jump right in. Just, you already got shit on the bottom of your shoes. Might as well wade in chest deep like the rest of us.
Yeah.
I'm going to use that.
Hey, you owe me a nickel.
Hashtag click the link. What's in the box? It's a shit show. Yeah. So I ended up biting the bullet and buying a goldenrod for my safe. Went in there. I hadn't been in my.
I got 2 of them. I could have sent you one.
Oh well, thanks for nothing, jerk.
Thanks a lot, sons of bitches.
What a piece of shit this guy is.
On the shoe, my bottom.
What's in the box? It's a shitty shoe.
What's in the shoe?
Yeah. I hadn't been in my safe for quite a while, and I went in and there I had some surface rust on a couple of things, a little bit here and there. So,
shit.
Again, I mean, I've been dealing with it forever. As long as I keep up on it, it's not that big of a deal. I had the desiccants in there, but it just wasn't enough to handle it. So I went and bought I got a gift card for my birthday from my aunt for Bass Pro Shop, so I used it to buy here's a good point too. I bought one from it's Liberty Safe. It's not a goldenrod. It's the Liberty Safe brand. It's just a little 12-incher. But what's really cool, just a little 12-incher, What's pretty cool I found out about Bass Pro Shop is that if you go to Bass Pro Shop and what you're looking for isn't in stock, they have the ability to order it for you and ship it to your house 2 days for free.
Nice.
Even more giggity.
Yeah, it was really cool because I was like, "Oh, can I have it shipped to the store?" And he's like, "Oh, I can have it shipped to your house." And I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, how much?" I was like, "Well, how much does that cost?" He's like, "Oh no." He's like, "We'll ship it for free." He said, "If we do ship to store, that's free also." He said, "But you have to, it's going to take it could take 10 days for us to get it because depending on what day you order it, then you got to wait for the next truck and all that shit." he said that if they don't have something in stock and you order it, he said they normally have free 2-day shipping if you order $50 or more, no matter what. He said you usually can get that. But he said it's policy that if you go in and something's not there that they normally have in stock, they can put in a special code and have it shipped to your home directly to your house in 2-day shipping, and they don't charge you anything for it. So that was pretty cool. So that's a neat little trick. So if you guys ever go to like a Bass Pro Shop or something and what you're looking for isn't there. Now, I actually knew it wasn't there, which is kind of, the Pfeiffer said it's only free if it's out of stock. So if you go there and they're out of stock of it or whatever, this is what the guy told me. I mean, I don't know if you get free shipping if you order something from anyway. I don't know. They probably have a code that they can do it. Well, I don't know. But he said if you go there and something is out of stock, they can ship it to you for free for 2 days. So
I got a vision of you stuffing a bunch of shit in a backpack and throwing it.
Just telling them that it wasn't there. Yeah.
Where is it, man?
I came in here to buy a Smith & Wesson 1911, 2
Right.
Rugers, and AR-15, and none of them are here.
Well, we'd like to invite Toyota to the chat.
Toyota.
Can you guys
No.
Can you hear me?
It's D
I thought it
Toyota
was
69.
According to Pink Panther, it's Rhonda.
Help me, Rhonda.
Miranda.
Hi, Rhonda. We can hear you loud and clear.
Well, thanks for having me on the show there, fellas. How y'all doing tonight?
So how did it all go? Did you guys... what do you want in your sandwich? What do you want in your omelet? Ham.
What do you want on your tombstone? Ham.
Ooh.
I don't know. We covered the whole subject of Waco, Texas, and how it went down, and the discrepancies between the official story and the other evidence that has come out since then. Obviously, there's some stuff going on, and the overstepping of the bounds of the government's, limits of power and things like that, and
the big question.
Oh, come on. That would never happen. Come on.
Well, it all happened in front of our eyes, and the thing that I really focused on was the media coverage of it at the time, and how the people inside of the compound were demonized to the point where an 11-year-old Honda was happy when it burned up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're a sick individual, man. You're a pretty twisted dude.
Well, I wasn't the only one, though. That was a very common sentiment at the time.
That one part that you had about when the gas was being delivered down to the basement, to the safe room or whatever that was.
Yeah,
that was messed up,
dude. I mean, and that's the thing is, like, they knew that the kids were down there. They knew that the building didn't have any power. They knew that there wasn't any ventilation, and they knew that the gases that they were pumping into this basement where the kids were being held, because that was the only part of any building that couldn't be shot directly through by a bullet. Like, they were going to suffer like crazy down there, and they did it anyway. Why? Because they're not complying. So screw the children.
Because it's easier for your story to hold up when there's no one to dispute it.
Well, and then there's the 17 people who died right outside the front door who were supposedly had gunshot-like wounds on their bodies, but they never did an official autopsy. They just did an initial one.
Gunshot-like? Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds legit.
Mm-hmm. Those sound like words.
Well, they were like, why wouldn't anyone run out of that place, right? Like, if it's on fire and there's gas in there and, like, everything, pandemonium, like, you're going to run out the front door. But then they also had a helicopter hovering out front of the front door, the one building that wasn't on fire, the one escape that they had, and that's where they found 17 people with gunshot-like wounds. So I think that answers your question. Sorry to bring down your chat. Shit.
All I want to know is if they were stockpiling food in that place, what would be the best food for them to stockpile?
Spam.
Bacon.
It's spam.
Damn.
I don't know. I always keep around a bunch of mac and cheese and top ramen. It always comes in handy.
Nothing wrong with that. And when things get wild and crazy, you just mix them together.
Oh, here's
top
a good
ramen,
one. Chili
medium ramen,
and mac.
Low ramen.
Oh, for sure.
You got that low ramen.
Low
riding. He's low riding.
Shelf stable.
That's what happens after you eat a packet or two of that. Your ass is low riding until you get to the turlet.
That's why that place blew up.
Yeah. It wasn't government. It was a bad septic. It was a bad septic leak.
Like from Christmas Vacation when Santa goes for a ride.
Shitter was full.
Shitter's full.
Later, dudes. I still love that part.
And then Grandma salutes.
Oh, when he was on his saucer.
Yeah, that's still one of the funniest parts to me.
He sprayed it with his industrial whatever it was.
Silicone spray.
This is industrial silicone spray we've been working on. It's 500 times more slippery than butter or something. He says. He's like pulls up the hoodie. Later, dude. Hang 10.
But
just like a bullet.
But I have to call BS on the fact that it's 500 times slipperier than butter, since we're seeing sparks when he goes flying across the pavement. Yeah. No good lubrication would allow that to happen.
Across the pavement, and then he hits the ramp and takes air and ends up in a dumpster, and Eddie's just bingo. That's the last thing you see in the scene is Eddie going bingo. Yeah,
that's my favorite. That's my favorite Christmas movie of all time. I'd have to say
it's a good one, man.
Christmas movie. That's got to be the one. That's the one I always got to watch, like while we're opening presents or whatever that morning.
It's a good one. Yeah, there's a couple of them. Yeah, squirrel. Yeah,
where's Fluffy?
Yeah. This package is leaking. What is that, lime?
It's Jello.
Yeah, Jello. Yeah. The wife says Honda's chat mentioned the same sniper was used. That was the same sniper in Ruby Ridge and Waco, right? Or one of the same ones. And didn't that guy get hired by like Troy Industries or some shit?
I don't know that part, but he was the same guy who, like the guy who shot Randy Weaver's wife is the same guy who was on scene there and happened to shoot a nursing mother in the chest while she was nursing.
Yeah, so it's either Troy or Noveski, I think.
I feel like it was Troy Industries hired that guy for something. I don't know.
Makes you want to not buy Troy Industries, if that's true.
Well, I don't know that he's... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
Like what?
I mean, you could also
hire him as. Was he just like a...
I don't remember.
Security guard or something? In which case, who cares?
No, I don't think so. I forget what he did.
Yeah,
I want to say he might have been a manager or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like something
or like a product design or something like that.
I don't think. But
there's definitely this is the site you need to shoot a mother with.
I mean, that's the thing though too. Like depending
of fuck you and fuck your company because you hired someone. If it was like, oh, yeah, we hired him as like a part-time janitor because ours were on strike, then it's like, okay, he's not working for you anymore. But if, oh yeah, he was like the CFO of our company and later got put in charge as like a general manager of production, then yeah, fuck you and fuck your company.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
In a way that you do not find to be pleasant.
Pine cone.
I'm thinking barbed wire wrapped pineapple.
What the hell? What the hell is the problem with Troy Industries? I
don't know. You're the one with the Google foo.
Yeah.
While we wait, we can talk about the pineapple story.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Keeps it soft and supple. how those coring tools are actually a way to keep things looking young.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Troy Industries hired Ruby Ridge Sniper. This is a blog, though. I'm not going to trust reading anything off of there. Here's the Wikipedia about the guy. His name's Lon Horiuchi, American FBI RT sniper and former U.S. Army officer. He was involved in controversial deployments during 92 Ruby Ridge standoff and 93 Waco siege. In 97, Horiuchi was charged with manslaughter for the death of Vicky Weaver, but the charges were later dropped. Doesn't say.
See, I like it when I say things on the Frog Chat and other people look them up, and then they're like, "Yeah, you're right, Honda."
Or at least the source that we've found agrees with you.
Well, that's not the same source that I had, so that's two sources.
So what, you're saying that you actually have people fact-checking as you're going along?
Bullshit.
No,
I call shenanigans.
I call shenanigans, too. I mean, CNN, with their large corporate conglomerate, can't even fact-check stories. How can this little rinky-dink...
Next time I hear somebody say shenanigans, I'm going to have a pistol whipped.
So for the shenanigans that I do on the show... No, just kidding. Yeah, I actually start about 8 hours before I go live doing research into whatever it is. And I don't write a script, per se. I just kind of write an outline, but I make sure that, like, certain facts and certain things are written out. So it just takes a really long time to get it all out, you know? And sometimes I do a poor job because I got other shit going on. So I just kind of like do the best I can, I guess. And it's not good enough. It's not as good as I would like it to be, I guess. But I don't know. Today worked out.
Is it all those marijuana pipes you're testing out for Roro?
No, I did that years ago. Just giving him the benefit of my years of research. But yeah, I mean, each show is, God, unless I do one of those, like, viewers' choice shows, which are pretty fun to do. But you never know how those are going to go. You know, you, like, walk in, like, no expectations. Let's just see where the show takes us. And it might go to magic places or it might go nowhere.
5 hours later, you're holding on to a shaved chicken. You're covered in a sticky substance you were hoping is shaving cream. And you're in the middle of the desert with a guy named Steve and a 53 Cordova.
And your asshole hurts.
Wait, that's a guy?
Well, it said it was gender fluid. Anyway, I'm sorry for derailing.
No, it's okay. So, I don't know. So now I found an article from gunsavelives.com. It says it was one of the guys. It wasn't that guy. It wasn't Lon Horiuchi's. It was his partner. It said, we are pleased to announce the appointment of Dale Monroe to our Troy asymmetric cadre of instructors. Dale brings blah blah blah. So they're talking about Dale. And then his bio at Troy was impressive, but left out one huge aspect of Monroe's career. In reality, perhaps most notably, Dale Monroe was Lon Horiuchi's partner at Ruby Ridge. FBI snipers Lon Horiuchi and Dale Monroe tried to kill these men, judge, jury, and executioner. And Horiuchi just accidentally murdered Vicky Weaver. And Dale Monroe said he was ready to take that same shot, but Horiuchi fired first. So, I mean, if that's true, I don't know why they would necessarily hold that against Troy Industries if they hired a guy that didn't kill somebody, you know? I don't know. I think that's a little bit odd. I'm not saying, I mean, if he took that shot, I don't know. It's a bad spot to be in.
If it's his like partner sniper or whatever, like he's there with him. He's the one like receiving the same orders, making the same calls, like spotting the shots, taking the backup shot if he needs to, like, and then in the end, he's also covering for his partner for anything that he did wrong. So if his partner did anything wrong and got away with it, the one person who would have all that evidence on him who would be able to, like, I don't know, like, bring forward that evidence and bring justice to the situation would be the partner sniper. And if the guy is guilty, the Hariuchi guy, if he's guilty, and I think we've seen evidence that he's done some fucked up shit, you know. So that being said, like, the guy who was with him would know that, and he would be able to, like, take him down. And if he didn't, he's like a dirty cop, and then you got the clean cop. But they're both dirty cops because the dirty cop did something and the clean cop looked the other way, you know?
Well, I don't know that. I mean, we don't know. I don't know. I haven't done any super in-depth research. I know Hariuchi took 2 shots. I think he missed the first shot, or he hit Randy the first shot.
It's his son. His son got killed.
No, his son was killed in the woods.
Yeah.
No, the sniper didn't kill the son. The sniper, I think, hit Randy or his friend, and then took a second shot. And I think he took the first shot, hit Randy in like the shoulder or something, and then took another shot. They took another shot, and it went and hit his friend and also killed his wife, or I think. I don't remember. Now, the thing with the woods, with the son, was they killed the dog, I think. Or the dog was barking in the woods. I don't remember exactly what it was, but the son and a friend took off into the woods for some reason, because the dog or something happened, and they ran into 2 FBI agents. And from what I understand, is they shot the dog, and the FBI says that the son pulled up the rifle and shot at the FBI agents, and then the FBI agents shot back. Of course, from the other side of it, they're saying that the FBI shot first, hitting the son, and then they shot back at the FBI agents. I don't know that anybody will ever know what really happened. And the wife is asking, what did Weaver do? Pete says I'm getting it wrong. Sure, man. I guess you got a link, right? Don't you have a link? I mean, and I've watched a few things on it, and I'm not saying that what I've watched is correct either. You know what I mean? Like, that's where it gets fuzzy, is, you see things, and documentaries can be wrong, and things can be wrong. So yeah. Pete, I swear you had a link. Yeah, give me a second here. He got in trouble mainly because he had it was a shotgun that was cut down too short, right?
Yeah, no, he was entrapped by the government. So he was living in close proximity to a group of, for lack of a better term, white nationalists who were arming themselves for some sort of a something boogaloo coming, kind of thing.
Boogaloo.
And to get infiltrated into the group, they needed someone on the inside. They already had someone on the inside, but they wanted someone else. So the guy that they had on the inside was talking to Randy Weaver and basically paid him money to cut down a shotgun, entrapping him to do it, right? Because he's a federal agent asking someone to commit a crime for money. It's entrapment. So they entrapped him into doing this. He cut down 2 shotguns for him or whatever it was, gave it to the guy, and they're like, cool, now we've got you. Like, come talk to us, and here's what we want. And they were like, yo, you either like have this charge against you. It's like 5 years per charge. You got 2 shotguns, so you can spend the next 10 years in jail, or you can spy on this group that you're part of for us. And he was like, fuck that, I'm not going to jail. Fuck that, I'm not spying on anybody. And he left. And they're like, all right, now we got to come arrest him. And so he went out to his compound, and that's when they started like coming out to find him. And I think that's at the point that got shot. Right? Because like they knew that he had a warrant for his arrest. He knew that they were looking for him, and that's when he like got supplies and went up to the mountain. You
have no head.
Where is my body?
Is that your NSA spying tool? Your anti-spying wear?
Like no
I've got an article pulled up on the history from the History Channel, history.com, and Yeah, I mean, right off the bat, I mean, they just do a little synopsis here, and this is Randy Weaver had been targeted by the government for selling 2 illegal sawed-offs to an undercover ATF agent. After a period of surveillance, U.S. Marshals came upon Harris, Weaver's 14-year-old son Sammy, and the family dog on a road near Weaver's property. A marshal shot and killed the dog, prompting Sammy to fire at the marshals. In the ensuing gun battle, Sammy and the U.S. Marshal Michael Deegan were shot and killed, and that's where the standoff happened. After that was the standoff. Later that day, Harris, Weaver, and his daughter Sarah left the cabin, allegedly for the purpose of preparing Sammy's body for burial. FBI sharpshooter Lon Horiuchi, waiting 200 yards away, opened fire allegedly because he thought Harris was armed and intended to fire on a helicopter in the vicinity. They don't want to shoot them helicopters down. Horiuchi wounded Weaver, and the group ran to the shed where Sammy's body was lying. When they attempted to escape back into the cabin, Horiuchi fired again, wounding Harris as he dove through the door and killing Vicky Weaver, who was holding the door open with one hand and cradling her infant daughter with the other. Horiuchi claimed he didn't know that Weaver was standing behind the door. Harris, Weaver, and Weaver's 3 daughters surrendered 9 days later. So that's the long and short of it.
Okay, could I interject for a minute?
You can interject the shit out of things, man. What's up?
All right, check this out. All right, I've looked into this one pretty thoroughly because this one was, on some sides, some people say Randy Weaver was kind of a bad guy, and then on other sides, people are saying that the government was, regardless. Okay. The story was, Randy Weaver lived up in Idaho, took his family up there, and were basically a bunch of poor people living up in the woods. Okay, he got tied up with some, white supremacist guys. He wasn't really, with them. He was a poor guy just trying to make a living. Anyway, the feds were trying to get dirt, basically, on the white racist guys, whatever, I don't know about all that. Anyway, Randy Weaver was poor. He didn't have money. He didn't have nothing going on. He was living on a freaking mountain. So they got a guy to go in there and say, hey, dude, I'll give you a couple $100. I'll give you $100 per shotgun if you cut the barrels down for me. Right? This was the crime they got him on. And it was a federal agent that talked him into cutting down the barrels of the shotgun. This is all verifiable facts. Okay, so Randy Weaver cut down 2 shotguns for $100 a piece. And then the feds come and arrested him. Okay, he got out on bond for cutting down 2 shotguns. And what they told him after he got out on bond was that, okay, we'll let you get away with this. We won't press charges because we know you're poor, but you need to testify against these white racist people. You know what I mean? And he's like, well, dude, I'm not going to do that because, you talked me into it. I wasn't trying to make sawed-off shotguns. You know what I mean? So, I mean, he wasn't trying to, be a dealer of illegal weapons. They talked him into it. So then when it comes time for him to go to court, he didn't show up to court. Okay, then they sent out this massive manhunt. And that's what instigated the entire situation. That's what Ruby Ridge is. Ruby Ridge is the little hillside he lived on. Okay, the story about his son getting shot, what had happened is they surrounded his house and then had a standoff for no reason. Okay, his 13-year-old son went out with his dog playing in the woods, like you would have your son, if you lived on the mountain, let him play in the woods. I have a 6-year-old son. I would let him play in the woods if I had lived on a mountain. So while they were trying to sneak up on Randy Weaver, they came across his son's dog. The dog barked. They shot his dog. Randy Weaver's son ran up saying, "Hey, you shot my dog. What the hell?" And he happened to have a .22 rifle. Okay, so he brought a .22 rifle up to bear, and they shot his very young son. Okay, that's what this whole thing was about. Randy Weaver had never committed a crime other than what the government had suckered him in to do, and that's why I have a real big problem with some of this government interventionism that we see going on these days. Ruby Ridge was a very, very screwed up situation. A lot of people are getting the story wrong. That's why I decided to jump in here tonight, because I don't like it. I mean, they put it out there as one thing that it very much was not being perpetrated. So, and then as the story goes on, they done killed his son's dog, killed his son. Then the family holed up in the house for days and days with the son out there. Finally, Randy Weaver came out of his house one day with a friend of his who was also killed. Went out to go retrieve the body. When they went out to retrieve the body, the same sniper that was used in the Waco situation tried to kill Randy Weaver. They killed his friend, who just happened to be a like-minded person. And then when they tried to kill Randy Weaver, they shot through the door and killed his wife, who was holding their infant son.
Mm-hmm.
That is my whole big problem with all this. People get the story wrong, and they make it look like Randy Weaver did something wrong. The whole deal was a bunch of BS. And a year later, or maybe it was 2 years, I don't know how long, because it was a long time ago, but he was acquitted. There was no crime committed.
Yeah, I did hear that. I had heard that he was acquitted after all this.
Okay, well, like I said, that's my big problem with this, is a lot of people get it twisted, like, somebody was doing something wrong, and they really weren't. And the big issue I have is, a lot of people try to make it sound like Ruby Ridge was this, white racist or this anarchist or whatever connotation you want to put on it. The guy wasn't doing nothing wrong. He was just trying to live on a mountain by himself.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the government gets involved, and basically that's all I had to say. I just wanted to jump in there on that for a minute, because I kind of felt like somebody was getting something twisted.
No, absolutely. No, that's great. I mean, and like I said, I've watched a couple things on it and read some stuff on it, but you don't know. I mean, it's just like they're saying out in the chat, it's what you're told. It might not be, the truth. And no, it's awesome to have the input, My internet's getting a little bit choppy here, I think. I'm not sure if it's me or not.
Probably you.
Damn thing. Okay. I didn't know if it was anybody else. I don't know. I thought maybe it was just me.
I still show green on your
Mm-hmm.
deal.
And I think I know what happened. Mr. Edge has joined the chat, and just the epicness of it just caused everyone else's internet to go right to him.
Yeah.
How you doing, Edge?
It happens. I was intrigued by the offer of 2 tuna melt sandwiches to join the chat.
Now, are they Swiss
Nothing
tuna
wrong with a
melts
good
or
tuna
the
melt.
sharp cheddar tuna melts?
These are brie.
Ooh,
Ooh,
something different.
Mr. Fancy Pants
Yeah.
with its bray.
I passed on the Gorgonzola.
Oh man, you don't know how to live.
I am that, gentlemen.
Good, man.
Mailman, where?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, it's like when ladies call you out. You're not a gentleman. Well, you're not a lady.
You're not exactly a lady, lady.
How dare you?
So there you go, Honda. You should do Ruby Ridge next week and just have Pete on. Be good to go. Easy show. You can sit back, relax, put your feet up.
Test out some new equipment for Roland.
Yeah. You can just be like, and tonight's going to be about Ruby Ridge. Just let Pete have it, and then you just turn your mic and your camera off, and you go take a nap. Come back and say thanks for watching, and shut that sucker down. Be good to go.
A little NWA soundtrack in the background.
No, Honda won't go to sleep. He's if he's gonna ghost host his show, he's gonna go play that Star Wars Vidya game.
Vidya.
Am I the only one that didn't get the private plane, the Gun Channel's private plane to SHOT Show invitation?
No. The cool kids are here. Everybody else is out at SHOT. The cool kids are here though. Don't worry.
No, Ed, the only reason you got the private Gun Channel's plane is because somebody didn't change the password on the frequent flyers miles account for the Gun Channel's credit card.
Uh-oh.
Well, I heard they all got invited to this new strip club, but they found out it was only for trannies, and then they're like, wow.
Pre-op or post-op?
It's funny. That's kind of what we were talking about earlier.
It's ham.
It's ham.
It's ham.
What you got in your bikini there, buddy? It's ham.
I'm not your buddy, pal.
Well, G-Webs is a tall glass of water.
So the rumor goes.
He's probably a hobbit.
I met the man in
George
person.
says, "Cool, I'm a cool kid."
I met the man in person. Yes, he is. I don't consider myself a tall man, but I felt very short.
Now, the real question is, was Mello or any dog or dog-like object within, say, 200 meters of this alleged G-Webs?
He had his dog. He had Oro back then when he was still around.
No. So I'm going to think it's an ongoing theory that G-Webs is not actually the person. G-Webs is the dog.
No, it's kind of like, was it Charlie's Angels? You don't know who the boss is?
You don't know who Charlie is. I got
Melissa Milano?
We got something weird going on out there. Armament Axis.
Do we know that for sure that
bacon is ham? What the hell does that mean? Bacon is ham.
Bacon is bacon and ham is ham. This is why
The hell
there's
is
two
that
different
supposed to
words
mean?
for this.
I would rather have bacon or ham and eggs rather than bacon and eggs because you get more meat that way, but the flavor's similar.
Get out of here.
Honda.
Similar.
So wrong.
I don't think
you just, I
Honda,
just want more meat.
I don't
Like
think
you get the
bacon-
bacon, you get like four
hold on.
tiny
No,
fucking
no,
thin
no.
ass little strips of
No,
bacon,
no.
and you eat them, and they're crunchy and they're gone.
Honda.
They're delicious while you have them. Don't get me wrong.
Honda,
You
stop.
fry up a nice ham steak.
Honda,
Wrong.
stop drinking so heavily, beating up your kids, and pawning off gaming consoles you find off the back of trucks. Save up your money and go to the Tulsa Gun Show, and we'll all go eat at Hugo's, where the bacon takes up most of the plate.
See, if that's the case, but if I have to save up to eat bacon, like you're doing it wrong.
It's not just to eat bacon; it's also to go talk shit face to face with people you've been talking shit to all over the internet.
I'm saving up for bacon right now.
When's the last time you ever gone to the grocery store and looked up bacon and like, okay, there's the cheap pack with a fat on it,
Right.
and there's the nice butcher ass chopped thick
Thick
butcher
cut.
bacon, and like it's $8 versus $3, and I'm like, I'll go with the cheap stuff.
The butcher ass dick cut.
The butcher ass bacon.
Those fucking weird ass Ohioans over there too. Look, guys are like, ham. Armament thinks everything is bacon. Anything that comes from a pig is bacon, and Budget's saying ham is better than bacon.
Rhonda.
I mean, my mom will bust out the baked ham like for Thanksgiving, and only my son eats it because it's too salty. I don't know what it is. The way whatever out, it's too salty.
We do it. My wife found this recipe for a ham that we do every year. Fucking shit is so good, man.
You talk about that every year. It must be fucking killer.
It is good, dude.
It's got to be real killer, just like E. Honda mentioning I gave up baseball, an American pastime, for this.
Yeah. What's that? Yeah, what's that all about? I forget. They gave up baseball for bacon or something. What the hell is that all about?
For X-Men the cartoon, it was only on Saturday morning cartoons, and they wouldn't play reruns. And it's my favorite show. And then baseball started, and we had a game every Saturday morning, so I had to miss Saturday morning cartoons which was fine, except for X-Men. X-Men was the one thing that you couldn't catch on reruns. That was new every week. That all my friends would talk about at school every Monday because they'd come to school on Monday like, oh my God, did you see Wolverine do this? And I'd be like, no.
No, I had to go get my cup fitted by this creepy guy who said he was the coach's assistant.
Yeah.
never.
Well, you remember Laugh Olympics?
So I shamefully went to my dad one day and was like, I don't want to play. It was actually like it was a big moment for me, like standing up for myself. Like, I'm telling you that I don't want to do this thing anymore, and there's nothing that you can do that's going to make me do it. And he was like, okay. And I'm like, oh, that was easy. I built it up so much. I thought baseball was important.
Any parent that has a kid that says they don't want to do sports anymore will go, okay.
Yeah.
You're like, perfect.
That's $75 a month I can put towards beer.
Well, see, my dad would always tell me, like, if you hit a home run, I'll give you $100. But I wasn't a home run hitter. I'd always get on base. Like, I remember when, like, my fourth year playing in Little League, and I was hitting 1,000 going in, like, the ninth game. And they're like, oh, but I always got on base. I got a, base hit on the ground, and, get on base.
Base hit's where it's at.
Well, after, I was always wanted to hit a freaking home run. I got close a couple times, but never crossed the fence. And now after, like, watching, like, Moneyball, I'm like, well, I was doing it right the whole time. I was getting on base and, bad runs. So, what the fuck?
I can hit some dingers. It's been a while.
Kinky's got a question for you there, Midnight.
What's the first thing I made for her? I made her hate me.
Love.
Give her some love juice.
He was doing
I
the
think
helicopter.
slightly less revulsion comes before making love.
Well,
it was a hot beef injection.
No, it's like I told the wife, it's 2 steaks smothered in dirty underwear.
And this is why Midnight first.
Yeah, a chloroform rag. Yeah.
Does this smell like chloroform to you?
Yeah. So does this smell it? This is funny.
Smell like ether.
Well, it's like I had a friend that used to tell him, hey, how do you bag a chick like that? Do you, like, give her a roofie in the coffee every morning? He doesn't ever realize how fat you are.
All right, let's go back to the question.
So yeah, about Honda beating his children and roofing.
No.
What? No.
No, go back to Midnight. What's the first thing you cooked for your wife? Before she was pregnant?
Grilled cheese.
I'm not sure because when we worked at the restaurant together. Well, she worked at the spa and I worked at the restaurant. We used to take Scooby snacks up there and stuff, but I don't remember what it would have been,
So you're getting high on the roof?
Huh?
You said Scooby snacks.
Like the shot?
The shot? What the fuck are you talking about?
What the hell are you talking?
No, Scooby snacks are widely believed to be a type of cannabis-based snack.
No, just like the snack.
Would you do it for a Scooby snack? Okay.
See you, Bishop. Good luck tomorrow. I hope you sell lots of stuff.
Well, see, I always thought it was funny how, like, Shaggy would make those like card deck sandwiches or super big,
The big Dagwoodies. Yeah, Dagwood.
Dagwoodies.
Dagwoods.
Them up until like I've seen people do that. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You know, shit. I'm still trying to think of the first thing I cooked my wife, but we've been married for 28 fucking years.
I mean, I know I cooked her the first steak she ever had because she never had had a steak before I made it.
Ooh, was it a ribeye?
No, filet, I think.
What kind of parents never give their child a steak at any point?
Well, she was vegetarian.
Well,
for a long time.
I work with a chick that she's pretty cute, and when I was telling her, I do pictures on Instagram of stuff I cook, and I showed her a big ass steak that I made really great. And she's like, I just don't really like steak. And I looked at her like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And she's not
smack her in the face with the
He pushed her down the steps.
Not vegetarian either. She just like, steak's not my thing. And I was like, what? You like chicken strips and mozzarella sticks or something? Is that what?
He's like, yeah.
With your boat? I'm like, oh, great, you're at your date. Let's go.
That'd be like you're like a caveman
down the steps.
Be like you're a caveman and you go out hunting and you kill like a giant buffalo and you like labor to drag it home and you get it back home to the cave woman and she's like, meh.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I just busted my ass for this shit, right? Like, yeah. Was it Dio Ugly, the comedian said when he's like, this girl's like, what's it with chicks when you go to a restaurant? They want to order the most expensive thing on the first date. It's like, I'll have the lobster and a bottle of freaking Cristal. He's like, that comes with a side of dick, right?
Yep.
That's
just one side.
Some comedian. That's a joke.
Oh, that joke of she goes out and orders like the most expensive thing and asks her, well, do you eat like that when you're at home? She says no, but my mother's also not expecting a blowjob at the end of the meal.
Wait, is this me talking?
Yeah. If it's your birthday, it's scripture, it's law.
I got tilt wheel.
Ozark said I've been married 10 years. Should probably get around to cooking or something one of these days.
No, that might be the reason why you've been together for as long as that.
All right,
don't rock the boat now.
That could be. It could have something to do with it.
Let's go to the chat. Mia would know exactly the first thing you cooked. Go ahead, Mia. Put it in the chat. I guess she's in bed.
It's a no-win. It's a no-win situation because whatever she says, we're gonna have to assume that it's true. She might not remember.
It will be true.
She's not great at remembering that kind of stuff either.
She's a woman. She remembers every fucking thing.
Only if it pissed her off.
Hold on. There was a meme I remember that was pretty funny. That was like every time me and my wife have sex, I put $1 in the jar for our anniversary. For our anniversary meal, and it looks like this year she's only gonna get a fucking Big Mac.
Double cheeseburger from McDonald's.
It's ham.
Slow down, honey. If we go there next week, they'll have the two for $4 meal going, and we can both eat.
The McRib is season.
Couple double $1 menu.
Mm-hmm.
She's silent out there.
It's like where I go to buy beer, and every time the McRib's back in town, I tell the Muslim guy, "Hey man, the McRib's back. You want to put you on?"
Oh, she can't remember nothing.
What vegetarian stuff you made me? I remember the steak first time we cooked it in my house was stuffed chicken breast, Katie, and kale salad. Ooh. And you caught her kitchen on fire?
No, I don't remember.
Midnight. I would have expected that somebody
You know what? That is true. I did do because she lived with she had a couple of roommates, and I did cook at their house a couple of times for them. I did like for a few of them. You know what I mean? I do remember doing it. It was stuffed with a boursin cheese and boursin stuffed chicken breast. I think it was spinach. I don't think it was kale. I'm 99.9% sure it wasn't kale.
That was before kale was cool.
Yeah, it was, but it wasn't as popular. I'm like 99.9% sure it was done with sauteed spinach and tomatoes.
Did you have to call the fire department?
Catching the kitchen on fire, I don't remember doing that, but I've caught a lot of shit on fire in my day.
Now,
they
Midnight,
all rolled together.
I would have thought that a man of your training, skill, and expertise would know that the smoke detector is not a doneness meter.
Wasn't my
that the food is done well before that particular alarm goes off.
Go upstairs, take a nap. Hey, dinner's ready.
So put yourself in this situation. You're a bartender, waiter at a place. Someone comes up.
I'm not doing that.
Someone comes up who's Muslim. You know is Muslim. They order something that has pork in it.
This is an amazing question because this happens to us
all the time.
Go ahead.
What do you do? Do you not tell them and laughingly let them eat the pork? Yep. Do you tell them ahead of time so that you can fix the food cost? Or do you just let them go through the challenge of life of figuring out that you should probably ask about things that you don't want and things before you order?
Have you ever seen the movie The Help?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Waiting. One of the things we've talked about this a little bit too. And one of the things that we do as part of our service spiel is our servers will, give their little intro. Welcome to whatever, thanks for dining with us or whatever. Do you tell them the specials and then ask the whole table, do you have any dietary restrictions or allergies? And most of the time people say no, obviously. But yeah, we have, especially one of our dishes, it's a fried rice and it has chorizo in it. And we will get, amongst other things, obviously, but we get that dish back, and I'd say about, and not a ton. I mean, we don't get a ton of food sent back. We do a good job, but I would say about a third of the time that dish, or half the time that dish comes back, probably even more than half, tell you the truth, it's because it's somebody that can't eat pork, and they read it on the menu, and it says chorizo, and they just don't know what chorizo is, but they don't ask. And they'll get it, and they'll be like, "Oh, is this pork? Is this sausage?" And be like, "Yeah, that's sausage. It's chorizo." "Oh, I can't have that."
No, it's made out of kale.
And I look at him then why in the fuck did your dumb ass order that shit? And I grab it and I go,
yeah, and that's that's the thing. Well, people talk about going to restaurants and being afraid to send food back because they don't want somebody to do something to their food. If you think that restaurant is capable of fucking with your food, then you shouldn't be there in the first place. First of all, send it back. You should be fine, or you shouldn't be eating there. But that comes back, and we're in the back. We're going, what the fuck is wrong with people? I
blame the menu for not using simple words like pork.
Well, that's when you tell your waiter, don't tell him it's chorizo, it's chorizo.
Right?
No, it's sausage, but it's soy sausage.
So I've worked in the industry for 23 years-ish, give or take, something like that. In that time, I have served tainted anything one time, and it was unknowingly.
Mm-hmm.
My
wife says they should have to pay for that. I mean, and that's the thing. But here's the thing, and this is, I don't talk about, what restaurant I work at and stuff like that. But our original owner was... he's a hell of a dude. He's since passed away, but I learned a lot from him. We butted heads a lot. We didn't always see eye to eye, but at the end of the day, he was a good businessman, and he wanted best for his restaurants, and he wanted best for his customers, and he wanted it best for his employees. He was a solid dude. He was an asshole a lot of times, but sometimes you need to be an asshole, right? And that's one of the things that she said they should have to pay for that. That was something that we struggled with him and I, because he would sometimes charge people for things that they didn't like, and there was nothing wrong with it. Or an instance like that where you should have said something if you don't eat pork. You don't eat pork, and we asked you. So it's not worth it, though. It's not worth it. Like if that dish is $25 and it costs us 8 or 9, that 8 or $9 isn't worth the bad press, the bad mouthing, the bitching, the bad review on Yelp or OpenTable.com or wherever it might be. It's not worth it. Just just take the food, give them what they want, and let them leave happy.
So you weren't like that guy on, what was that, ABC Bakery in Phoenix or whatever it is that came on?
Amy's Baking Company. Yeah, it'd be.
You're gonna pay for it, you motherfucker! You're gonna pay. I call the cops, bitch.
Yeah, it'd be awesome if you could tell people that they're assholes, but it's not a good idea. So the wife is saying, "I want to hear Honda's story." Then, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I was working at a all-night breakfast place on Friday and Saturday.
Denny's.
So we're working like 5 to 5, like 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. So it's like the late shift, right? And my buddy Rob had this like hot-ass girlfriend, and like they broke up, and he was like, yo, don't ever come into work when I'm working here. Like, I don't want to see you at my work. And so the very next day, where does she come to like drink coffee and study, right? And sits in my section. So like I go over there like, shit, sorry, Rob, I'll just take care of her. You know, like go over like, hey, can I get you something to drink? Cool, blah, blah, blah. She always ordered decaf coffee. I didn't know that. Rob did. So while I was taking her order, Rob was pissing in the back into a pot of coffee and pouring it into the vat of decaf so that the entire thing of decaf coffee was tainted, and then sat there and watched me pour my pot of decaf, because that's how we did it. You bring a pot to the table and they'd each have their own pot of coffee. So I brought her tainted pot of coffee to her and set it down with a smile because I had no fucking clue. Meanwhile, Rob went and like dumped out the pot, ran it through the dish machine, like cleaned it all out, brewed new coffee, and like made new decaf. So she was the only one who got any tainted coffee. But yeah, I totally served urine coffee with a smile.
So you serve piss coffee with a shit-eating grin?
No shit-eating grin, just a grin.
Mia's response. Yeah, it's
Oh, I forgot the best part.
That was the best part.
The best part was
they get back together.
3 months later, or whatever it was, she was like, I miss you. And he was like, yo, I pissed in your coffee. And she's like, I don't care. Got back with him anyway.
Maybe that's their thing now. Maybe now they're into that.
I think his name was Rob Kelly.
Rob Kelly, if you're out there, sorry, bro.
You know, my decaf coffee needs more piss.
And now they wind up getting
married. Do you have any piss packets back there?
Jeez, it's like that freaking
that's actually
on Family Guy when one of the characters was getting like a director coffee, and the guy asked, well, what's in this? Sweet and low artificial sweetener because you looked at my girlfriend wrong. He splashes it in the face, picks the guy up by his collar and says, bring it back with human piss in it like I asked you to.
And wife says, damn, maybe they're into water sports. Maybe.
You know,
whatever happens between 2 or more consenting adults behind closed doors stays on Pornhub.
True story.
You know what's funny about going to lunch with vegans is I have the stereotype thinking they don't eat any meat at all. And Gio is a vegan to a certain, I guess, aspect. And we went to lunch when he was in town, took a Mexican restaurant, and he orders pancakes and bacon. And I'm like,
he eats bacon. I was telling my wife that. She was saying how he's vegan. I was like, no, he'll eat bacon. She's like, no.
Well, see, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, you can't eat bacon. You're vegan. I'm like, well,
yeah, he's not vegan. He's vegetarian. I mean, he still eats.
He's vegetarian. I get. Well, they come. I want to before I misspeak. He never said he's vegan. So whatever he is, but again, in my stereotype in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, no meat, no eggs, no, just rabbit food all day. But I guess they come in all shapes and sizes and appetites.
Well, I think the only thing he says that he that he doesn't or refuses to eat or hasn't eaten in like 40 years or so is chicken, just because he doesn't. I don't know, just whether it's just he doesn't
handled,
like the more
the way it's produced. Yeah.
Well, now when
he actually posted a breakfast pic the other day.
Yeah,
breakfast today or yesterday.
Now, Edge, I thought what you were going to say when you told G Webbs, "Well, you're vegan, you can't have bacon," was he stood up tall and just kind of loomed over you like Mondo and said, "Bacon."
Oh, and by the way, I try to include the pork on any dishes when they forget to answer or ask about it, because that's my my revenge for 9/11.
Sprinkle a little bit of ground sausage and everything.
That's why Catholics got it right. They're like, "Hey, I can't eat meat today. It's Friday." You know?
Well, that's why they would hang pig in the butcher shops. It was more of an anti-Semitic thing. But
I had a coworker once who was converted Jew, and he's like, "I can't eat shrimp. I can't eat bacon. I can't eat this. I can't eat pork." And I'm like, I mean, I could see the bacon maybe, but shrimp, for the love of God, dude. I mean, I love shrimp. Like some of
it's weird too, though. Like you can't have a cheeseburger because it's got cheese from the udders of a cow and meat from a cow, and you're mixing like the cheese and the meat, and in a way, it kind of makes like a weird sense, you know? Like that part of it, anyway.
Remember the Seinfeld episode where he cooked the lobster for that kosher chick and her eggs?
No.
No?
I don't remember that one.
Uh-oh. Black Cat just texted me.
Uh-oh.
Is he outside?
He just woke up. He's got to go to work.
Uh-oh.
He's going to shake up.
What does he do where he goes to work at 11:37 p.m.?
He's going to shake up the cowboy.
He drives truck.
And join the chat.
Yep. Just like Jedi and Terra.
Yeah.
All them good peoples.
That's how I get my groceries.
He drives truck for Adult World. He's always.
So he's the one I got to talk to if I want a sugar-coated bag of dicks to give.
Yeah, he's always trucking rubber wieners all over the state.
That'd be Link.
It's the Wang Express.
Links the sugar-coated dicks.
Sugar-coated bag of dicks.
He's trucking 15,000 pounds of rubber wieners down the highway as we speak.
It's like when people ask me, "Where'd you meet your wife?" I'm like,
"See you, Pete.
Thanks for hopping in, man.
Pete, you got to jump in more often, bud."
Yeah, where the hell are you, son of a bitch?
Do I suck the outside of the bag, or do I take them out and suck them individually?
Well, it depends.
That's kinky.
If you get the good quality ones, not the discounted ones, then they come double wrapped, so you can lick the outside without feeling too dirty, like licking windows.
Not too dirty, just dirty enough, not too dirty.
I don't buy those patches that Angelina has, the bag of dicks patches. They're funny as hell. I get one, but my son loves patches. Like when I get a patch, he loves them, and I'm like, I can't get them because I'd have to explain. I wouldn't, wouldn't be able to explain
a bag of dicks.
That's
yeah.
That is that's the best thing I've heard tonight.
Yeah, it's no good. That's no good. It's no good.
Now Midnight, you just need to get one. Just put it away someplace where he's not going to get to it. And the first time he gets called in for something stupid from his teacher, you simply send him to school and say, "Here, buddy, give Mrs. Arnson this patch from me for saying that you were acting aggressively for dodgeball."
Yeah. I'll be able to, with the Sportsman show coming up, I'll be able to snag him some patches from there probably.
And I only slightly apologize, Mia. I do enjoy being the bad uncle.
So if I caught a flight out to Vegas for one day, like don't even need a hotel because I'm flying back that night, do you think I could sneak into SHOT? What are my odds?
No, I've tried.
None. Slim to none.
Just apply for an invite. I got invited for 3 years straight. I just never had the scratch to go.
Oh, Honda, it's very simple. You simply go out there and say, "I'm the Yankee Marshal." How do you not know that I'm the Yankee Marshal?
If one of the guys would give you their ID, you can get in. your not the ID, but the press pass.
But no one's gonna do that because then if I do anything stupid, then they're gonna lose their pass and they're gonna get in trouble.
You mean when? You mean when you do something stupid?
You can always name drop me, and that'll get you.
Black Cat.
Well, thanks for crushing my dreams.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
welcome to adulthood.
$100 because that's, I don't know, probably about 150 with the Uber there and back is what it would cost beyond
Uber
lunch.
Well, what's funny about SHOT Show, I've had some buddies that have gone, and they've told me, personal buddies that I know, and they've told me that everybody gets all tacked out when they go. You know, they're all wearing the tack pants and the tack polos and this and that. And they get blown off, like when they try to like go up to a vendor, a hot vendor, you know, one of the top ones, and they're like, "Hey, what's up?" Like, yeah. But if you go in a nice suit, like you're there to do business, and they're like, "Hey, come over here, have a seat, let's talk," and you know, because they think they're going to score a deal or maybe make some big deal with you and make some money or something. But if you just but everybody has this I guess aspiration. If you get tacked out, that you'll be accepted much more often by these big vendors, and it just doesn't happen.
So I should spend $1,000 on a
no
suit?
shirt and a bathing suit.
No shoes, no shirt, no suit.
It's very simple.
No shoes, no shirt, no shotgun.
You just put on your your finest Sunday go to court outfit, and just
You could hit a thrift store and get like an old Miami Vice, blazer, and Don Johnson do a get up.
Well, no, Honda, you don't need to spend $1,000 on a suit. You just need to spend like $20 on a shovel.
Go to the secondhand store and get yourself one of those maroon tuxedos, like in My Cousin Vinny. That'll work.
There you go.
Yeah, take a briefcase. Hey, there's only shredded newspaper in this briefcase.
Last time I went to court, it was to pay a velocity tax.
Just remember, whatever you do, don't wear anything that says like CNN or anything on there, because you'll never make it out alive.
Yeah, my buddy was serious. Like seriously, if you wore a suit like his boss, got there and all, utilities, comfortable clothes, and as soon as it was game time, pardon me, he's like Steve Jobs with the suit on, wheeling and dealing.
I have a T-shirt that says CNN is fake news. Does that count?
What's a ute?
That'd probably get you in.
What's a ute?
A ute?
A ute. Oh, a youth.
Ute. Isn't that like a kind of a round, kind of a tent or something that the Mongols invented?
Well, yurt. Female.
No, that's a yurt.
Ute.
Hey.
Yurt. Don't be yurting my ute.
Yurt.
It just popped open on my Instagram, and Tony Simon got a picture with Chuck Liddell.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
that's
shit,
cool.
yeah.
How cool is that? That's pretty cool, huh?
Fuck yeah, the Iceman.
Yeah.
The Iceman. Coming. Oh, take your shirt off. And
I got another like on my Grand Canyon picture when I was at the Grand Canyon with the other guys.
Grand Canyons.
Did you do the skywalk?
I didn't really go to the Grand Canyon. I was just fucking around.
You, sir, are an Instagram thief.
He's in like New Hampshire, Pennsylvania.
Yeah. So Snob put a picture up of the Grand Canyon, and it didn't have any of the guys in it. It was just a picture of the Grand Canyon. And G-Web said, Sarge said something smart-assy about it, and then G-Web said under the commented, anybody could just take a picture of a postcard. You probably weren't even there or something, something smart-assy. So I Googled Grand Canyon and just screenshotted the picture of it and put it on Instagram, and it says, "I'm having a great time at the Grand Canyon with Gun Snob and Gizzard Gary. You can see them on the right-hand side of the picture. Sure is great to be here in person with proof because I posted this real picture I took myself while I was there." And it says, I put like Gizzard Gary and Snob on the right-hand side, and it's like obviously like a young white guy and a chick.
Right. It's the same as like saying you have a picture of you and G-Web. It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. That's right.
like convince
Hey,
your
I got a
boss.
girlfriend. Yeah, I got a girlfriend. She goes to another school. You wouldn't know her. Yeah.
Like convince your boss you went on like a coast to coast vacation by Instagram pictures that you pulled off of the web, and you just like sit in your underwear at home.
You're sitting home watching TV. Every couple of days, you post another state picture or something like. Oh man,
like calculate how long it would take you to drive if you were taking your time or something.
Yeah.
Oh, you haven't seen those pictures where people put like a trash can that has a cutout on it, and it looks like they're in a plane, and they just put on the background of mountains, and they're like, yeah, and that's their pick.
I saw one on Instagram the one time, and it was a woman taking a selfie in front of her front load washing machine, and she was like, "Oh man, I'm on my way to so and so for vacation." And then it was she took another picture from farther away, and it was just her in front of the washing machine, but it looked like the window of an airplane. It was really funny. I was like, that's pretty neat. It's pretty smart.
I mean, people write books about that shit. Don't live your life like people do on Facebook. Live your life the way you should, and so on. Because people actually, there's a problem. A lot of people that are like, they get all depressed looking at other people's bullshit on Facebook. Like, oh, well, I'm not doing as well as I should, and so on.
Two Utes. I like her. George says I like her bangs. I don't know who she's talking about.
Who?
I don't know.
Who do you like to bang?
He said I like her bangs. I don't know what he's talking about. Marissa Tomei, maybe from My Cousin Vinny.
And she was hot in The Wrestler, and she was fucking.
That's because she was topless.
She
was still hot.
I don't remember being topless.
Oh hell yeah!
I could do some vintage poontang. As long.
I think she looks as good now or recently. I think she looks better than she did in My Cousin Vinny. She's really held up well. She looks great. My Cousin Vinny, I don't think she was a little squirrely looking. I don't know.
She's no Melissa Etheridge, let me tell you that.
She's got nice legs.
There you go. If you want Melissa Etheridge, Moo can just turn his camera on for you if you're into that.
Welcome to my window.
I'm gonna bust out the steamer to get the wrinkles out.
I gotta go find my cassette.
I like your bangs is from Napoleon Dynamite. Apparently, I caught you this delicious bass.
Could I have one of your tops?
I got you this delicious bass.
I caught you this delicious bass.
I watched the video earlier about like the best of that shit. Napoleon Dynamite. Yeah, dude's a Mormon. The guy who played him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's a big time Mormon.
Yeah, the two Mexican guys that they found, or that are part of that movie that are in the lowrider or whatever. They just like found those dudes on the street while they were driving. They're like, "Hey, do you want to like play a part in this movie?" And they're like,
"That's awesome."
They're like, "Sure."
No.
And then they were exploited. They were exploited, and they sued them. And
probably.
So, as the host of this show, I'd like to invite Black Cat into the panel. How you doing, Black Cat?
Oh shit! I didn't even know he was here.
I'm here.
I want to see Midnight do some cornrows.
I think Midnight should do cornrows.
Ooh, Black Cat sounds tired.
Honda did
You get
cornrows
up
on
at
his
fucking
back
1:30 in the morning, see if you're tired.
What's that?
I have no
You
sleep
get up
schedule. Go ahead.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said Honda did cornrows on his back one time. That was probably
my back hair.
Cool. Yeah.
No, those were pearls.
Ooh.
Pearls on his back.
Oh
no! I thought those were the dingleberries.
One was on the shoulders. I mean, you could do shoulder hair. Oh my god!
I never went that far. I just put my back hair in a ponytail. Much easier maintenance.
He's an easygoing kind of person.
See, I'm lucky. I got enough engine blood. I don't grow hair anywhere, but the forest and the top.
Engines.
Wait, so what? You were baptized in motor oil?
Oil?
Motor oil? Murderer.
Oh, it's engines, not engines.
Yeah, engines. Vroom vroom. Pop pop.
Not
Bang bang.
engine.
Pop 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 pop. Bam, 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 bam,
It's like
bam.
Kill Buffalo. Engine.
Is he a
Engine.
Ute engine?
Yeah. Vroom vroom. Thunk thunk. Thunk thunk. Yeah, engine.
That's Indian motorcycles.
Kinky's telling your secrets out there, bro.
Who am I?
People tease me all the time. Do you shave your arms? I go, no. But I am wearing red.
Mo, are you 1064th Indian?
1
no,
millionth.
no, that's more than what's her face, Elizabeth.
Lord.
Well, my wife is 1/4 Cherokee, so technically,
Yeah, but that's not how that works. I mean, just because you
it's sucking the genetics right out of her.
so you're saying her schlong, her horse is mightier than
Her
yours.
schlong.
Her schlong is longer than it is.
It is.
Man,
You should see it. It's
May
like
the
a
force be
windsock.
with you.
I see your Schwartz is as big as mine.
It's not the size; it's how you use it.
Great movie.
Moon
Man.
Star.
Great movie.
Right.
One of the best ever.
Let's get back
That's
to my
one of the
wife's
best
schlong.
ever.
Maybe not.
No, not tonight, honey. I have a headache.
When did that come out? What year did that
Napoleon Dynamite,
Resident Scrooge.
like
No,
05,
no,
06?
Spaceballs. Was
Oh,
like,
80.
I'm gonna say 88.
I think 86.
Do you think it was that long ago?
92.
80 something, I think.
I was thinking maybe late,
I'm
maybe
too late.
super late, not 80s, but
I'm too lazy to click.
Space Balls.
I bet she gives great helmets.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been combing the desert all day.
We ain't got shit.
Like when she walks in and he's playing with his little action figures, and he's like, "What did you see?" He's like, "Don't worry, sir. I didn't see you playing with your dolls." Good.
Well, I did Google Foo. It's 1987.
87, yeah. June 24th.
That's when
Whatever
Midnight
happened to-
was born.
I actually
Shit.
I saw it at the movies when it came out. I remember, like, me and my friends, there was that movie with Dennis Quaid, that one where he goes inside a person and
Inner Space,
and they're like, we want to go see Inner Space, and I'm like, I want to go see freaking Spaceballs, and like 30 minutes into the movie, they skipped that movie and came over to the theater I was in to watch it because they said the movie sucked.
Yeah, I remember Inner Space. It was him and Meg Ryan and Martin Short.
Was that the one where they like shrunk the ship down
Uh-huh.
and then
Yeah.
injected?
Yeah. And then shrunk him, yeah.
Yeah.
Same year I saw Cobra.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Cobra's a good movie.
Okay.
I like Cobra.
It was.
The toothpick industry went way higher after
Bananas, yeah.
My favorite part is when he's in that grocery store. It's like, you're a lousy shot. I eat lousy shot.
that the pearl handled 1911 grip.
1911. Yeah.
Well, it was a 1911, but it was actually chambered in 9mm.
That's not real
Blasphemy.
1911.
Oh my god, it's horrible. 9mm. Oof.
That's like a 1901. They shouldn't even call it a 1911.
It's like just
Well,
a
no,
19.
see, they had to use a 1911 version because that's the only thing that works. Because 45s never work.
Hey,
Oh, fuck off.
We're
What
just
are you
trying to not
talking
get
about?
$20,000 worth of
Jesus
work done.
Christ.
I heard they used a 9mm because when they were shooting, if he shot during a car chase, he would actually outrun the bullet if it's 45.
Dude, that was a badass fucking car he had in that movie, man.
Yeah, what was that? Was that old Mercury or
what was that? 55 Merc?
I saw it on the road once, and I took a picture of it and put like a little watermark on top of it. And I remember G-Web was like, "Oh, see, Edge got a fancy car now." I'm like, "Yeah, right, dude."
And it only lasted like 10 minutes in the movie.
Yeah, I don't remember. Boy, it's been a long time.
That fucking car was awesome.
Well, it's like when people tell me about John Wick 2, I'm like, well, because I didn't really care for it all that much. It was okay, not compared to the first one. And I was like, the whole first movie is about him and that dog in this car, and his wife that died. And the first thing he does in the second movie, fucking trashes the car. He just got rid of it.
And John Wick 3, he just trashed the movie.
Well, and there's a 4 coming.
No.
Yeah, I heard there was a 4th. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, we watched the 3rd one not long, or the last. Yeah, the 3rd one not long ago. It was all right.
No,
it was all right. I just
I would have spent half the movie banging Halle Berry instead of fucking the rest of the shit.
First one was actually the dogs were. I think were part of the one of the coolest parts of the movie.
Oh, when they attacked the guys, yeah.
Well, just having the dogs in it and having them so like amazingly trained, and I think that was probably the coolest part. Like some of the other fight scenes are just sometimes it's too long. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It's just like you're just kind of
exhausting. You read John Wick 1. The fights were awesome. You just get tired of watching. We're like, okay, dude, that's enough ass kicking.
Yeah.
George Cortez, you're the disease, and I'm the cure.
You're the disease, and I'm the cure.
Disease. Adrian.
I love that part. Hey, bring in the cameras, man. Put me on TV. I don't put you. It wasn't like I don't put psychos on TV. I put them. I'm no fucking psycho, man. I'm a hero. I'm a hunter. I'm the hero of the new world, man. Some bullshit. It's pretty fucking cool. And then he marry Bridget Nielsen and divorced her like a year and a half later.
Oh yeah. Can you imagine climbing that tree every night?
She was hot back in the day, dude.
Oh, those big ass titties.
Jeez. She hadn't done.
I love to see Midnight's reaction.
And I put that this and I'm gonna get in trouble now because I put that this live stream was safe for kids.
Family chat.
Yeah.
Bullshit. These opinions of Two Live Moo is
safe for kids.
Yeah.
Not reflective of MidnightRangeTM.
Yeah, let me type. I'm gonna type obnoxious here quick because I need a disclaimer.
Well, now just hold on. I believe the technical, proper clinical term to avoid demonetization is ma'am-maries.
I was going to say on top of that, I mean, any 13-year-old with a fucking smartphone is probably going blind already, in his bathroom watching, anything in general, much less this. God knows how I have 20/20 vision at 43 years old.
By the way, this channel is not suitable for children.
No. Of any age.
It's not suitable for some adults.
Define it.
Or those claiming to be.
John Wick 3 was just murder porn. Iron Chef guy ruined it too much like Black Belt Theater. Iron Chef guy?
that dude is like the actor. He's done some acting movies, always B-line movies or whatever, B-rated movies. But then he was also the guy of the Iron Chef as well.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Marco something.
Yeah.
Iron Chef guy.
Yeah, it's funny.
I was just saying that because he was like a chef, and he's Asian.
But look at some actors that fell
racist.
from great. What's his name? You got Nicolas Cage doing anything to throw at him to pay the bills, and Bruce Willis too, who's like just grabbing anything, to freaking keep the lights on.
Yeah.
True, but you gotta remember, Nicolas Cage is also batshit crazy.
He works more than like any other actor out there. He constantly is in stuff. They're just super low budget. It's crazy. I watched some or saw some, not article, but like little video about him and how much he's working and how many movies he's actually done. It's a shitload of stuff.
You know, what's funny.
And Bruce Willis is pro Trump and pro gun, so he'll never get a job in Hollywood ever again. So he's got.
No, he was at a time. He kind of bent the knee a couple of years ago to once Arnold was out of office and it wasn't, I don't know, popular, but people less supportive of being right wing.
You know, it's funny when John Boyd criticized some comment that Alyssa Milano made. Alyssa Milano, replied, "What is some F-lister or something like that? Some F-lister have to say anyway, or who's going to listen to him?" Or like, he's a very accomplished actor. He forgets about it.
Melissa, who now?
Black Hat. Yeah, we talked about that. The Coalition to Stop Gun Violence canceled its meeting. He put this in the side chat. Lori Haas, because of ongoing credible threats. Yeah, we talked about that. We went through a bunch of headlines earlier.
Do you think they're going to shut that thing down before it even happens? They've already got all the military fucking police already there, ready to go.
I think if they shut it down, well, I don't think they would risk what would happen if they shut it down. If they tried to shut it down, there's so many people traveling that they're going to go anyway, and I don't think they would ever risk having, even if guns weren't involved with it, risk all those people coming to an event and then having it canceled and have the shit show that it would turn into.
But if it was for public safety, then you would be crazy to go there anyway, because they're trying to protect you, right? It's a good excuse. It avoids confrontation.
Says the man who hosts the show every weekday about why you should not trust the government.
Playing devil's
when they say it's for your safety.
Devil's advocate.
I know. I'm just pointing it out.
Devil's advocate. If you can't play both sides of an argument, then you shouldn't argue.
Yeah, but you're also not Clint Eastwood, so.
What?
Fistful of dollars. Seriously.
Mule
around the family with a pocket full of shells.
Whoa.
Mule for Sister Sarah.
Did the chat stop for everybody else? I haven't had anything in the text chat since Jorge said John Wick 3 was all action and not too much story. Okay. I just wanted to, because
let's see.
We can clear this up real quick.
There we go.
Hands up.
Okay.
Hi.
All right, it's working.
Oh, there we go.
I like tits.
Yeah. Turns out the show just sucks and nobody wants to comment.
Yeah, I know.
I like titties, women titties.
That's different from any other week
you had to bring up that vile male chauvinistic measurement of what woman's worth, and we just lost everybody.
Yeah, everybody took off. Thanks a lot.
Jerk.
I sort of figure you bring up titties. That means you must have like 60 or 70 people watching now.
I texted Obnoxious for him to come in and give me a disclaimer, but he's ignoring me. Son of a bitch.
Fine, if you're that damn desperate. Ladies and gentlemen, Jonases of all ages.
It's after 9 o'clock, and they're not allowed. The house shuts down at 9 o'clock. At 9:01.
The Airbnb's got it. They need their quiet time.
Yep. They have their quiet time after 9 o'clock.
So the guy that comments just told us something we didn't know or really need to know. He says, "I like Bob's."
Oh yeah, Bobs are awesome. Bobs, we don't have to. If you want to talk about Bobs, we don't have to.
Bobs. I mean, Bobs are like the bobbiest of Bobs. I mean, Bob.
Breakfast on the bun.
Yeah.
Breakfast on what?
Breakfast on the Bob? Is that like that? Those sushi places?
No, it's a Whataburger thing here in Texas. Breakfast on the bun, Bob's.
Oh, you mispronounced it as Waterburger.
Whataburger?
Water.
Wurderburger. Oh my god, it's Wurderburger.
I didn't get the curfew.
I don't get the curfew at the. I don't know. We're just joking that everybody has to be in Betty by 9 o'clock. Lights out.
Well, it's a big day tomorrow. We
No,
don't
see,
want
one of
you
the
oversleeping.
one of the stipulations. One of the
That'll
a
work
couple
tomorrow.
of the stipulations of the house that they're staying at is one, you can't take a pickup truck. You can't use
What?
a pickup truck. It has to be a car. Yeah, because the vehicle has to fit in the garage. If it doesn't fit in the garage, you can't drive it because you can't park in the street.
Oh, okay.
That was number one. And number two, there was no. You're not allowed to have any activity after. You're not allowed to have any visitors
No activities.
and no activities after 9:00.
But there's so much room for activities.
But
Yeah.
so does
you're not
breathing
allowed to have
count as an
any
activity?
no activity after 9:00. So the standing joke is because they had a foosball table there. I said, yeah, the standing joke was you're going to be in the middle of a foosball game at 9:00. The lights are going to go out. Foosball's going to get shut down. You're going to have to go to bed.
It's nice to know that if I ever go to SHOT Show and want to share a place with people, that I'm not allowed to stay there, because there's no way I'd be able to control myself to be quiet after 9:00. Especially if I had a couple of drinks. I'm fucking uncontrollable.
Lights are going to go out. Someone's going to yell at the top of their lungs. All right, you effing effins, getting your effing racks.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I don't know if I would fit in real well there.
Yeah, they would fucking hate me.
You want to get some gun channel badges?
Well, then the biggest problem is because Sarge actually made the reservations and actually got the house and didn't bother to actually look at the print to see what the restrictions were.
Wah, wah, wah.
Also, they've been busting his ass ever since they found out. Is that the other thing too?
I'm kind of lucky if I ever.
I guess the only people that are allowed at the house are actually the ones that are on the list of, basically renters. So if you're not on the list, you're not even allowed at the house.
Jesus Christ.
You can always test it the last day. I mean, what are they going to do? Leave tomorrow.
Keep your 200 and I guess $500 deposit.
I'm kind of lucky. If I ever do go, my brother-in-law got his own pad with a car.
Yeah, that's cool.
How to get a cheap flight to get there, and I can go around. But I don't know. I've had the discomfort of waking up to somebody who's white as sky, and wake up and they're pink, wearing their freaking their tidy whities in the morning, and looking like a. That's unnerving.
You forget, you wake up and it looks like Cousin Eddie in there with his long johns and his flap hat.
I have that outfit.
Was this Meister Brow?
With the butt flap hanging open.
See, I think if you're going to go there, you're going to rock it. You wear your best underoos.
Yeah.
Rock them back.
Oh, man, you got Ghostbuster underoos? They only made those for like 2 years.
Sweet.
You have some, because they don't fit you anymore, so you have some like Korean tailor augment them to fit you.
Oh no, they're like the extra large husky for like a kid, but they still come up to like mid thigh and like on your bicep or that, and there's like 2 or 3 buttons that just ain't there anymore. You got like one button holding you mid chest, and everything else is just open.
See, I'm still curious to see who's there with the padded feet pajamas.
The bunny feet.
Yeah.
Little fluffy bunny.
Sweating profusely as they sleep in the fleece.
Looking like Ralphie from Christmas Story.
I can't put my arm down.
Did Matt make it over there?
No.
Who?
Matt, he never goes.
No.
Nah, he never. I don't really think he has any desire to go. You could go if you wanted to, I'm sure, but it's not,
I don't know. Every time he tries to leave Texas, something bad happens. Either his wife has an existential crisis of being a Texan and not wanting to leave, or his mother has a stroke.
Why would you want to leave? I mean, there's places I want to visit for sure. I haven't been to. New York and Chicago and are on the list, but now I'm happy here. I'm good.
I think for him, it's mostly he's just getting too old to endure the balls hot heat for like 9 months out of the year. He wants to move someplace where he doesn't have to run the AC 24/7.
Yeah, but then you have to go shovel your damn freaking driveway.
Not necessarily. You can find a happy medium.
You could just not shovel your driveway and let the sun do it.
Or tell your daughters, okay, here's the shovel.
Move to Oklahoma and watch your trailer fly away.
No, Matt wouldn't be living in a trailer. He'd be living in his cabin of Maverick 88.
If you don't buy a trampoline, you'll get one later.
George.
I can't fold my arms. I can't put my arms down.
What?
We can save,
go potty.
We can save Texas though by all moving there. Like if they'd made their gun laws really, really good, and we're First Amendment, Second Amendment, everybody come here.
Nah.
Show up for pot.
We already got too many damn California people in here trying to tell us how to live.
Yeah,
right, but you make it uncomfortable for them, right? You just socially ostracize them the way that they've been doing it to us for years. Like California, liberal shit out of here or something. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
That's why I tell them, get your fucking in and out. Get the fuck out of this damn country. Oh, my state, I'm sorry. Damn.
This country.
kind of back like when Walmart used to have greeters, and you'd always get that one kind of curmudgeonly or crotchety old guy who'd say, "Welcome to Walmart. Pay for your shit and get the hell out."
Get bent.
There used to be a radio show, Bob and Tom. They used to have, when Bob Dole lost the election, they used to do Bob Dole as a Walmart greeter. So they'd have an interview with Bob Dole calling in, and right in the middle of it, he'd be like, "Welcome to Walmart. Go fuck yourself."
I used to listen to Bob and Tom when I was in culinary school in South Jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were funny. They had good funny shows.
That was back in the day before the FCC smacked them, so they could actually do funny shit.
Do you guys remember Phil Henry, the theater radio?
No.
He's pretty good, man. It was he would do all the voices, and there was one he did where, remember that guy John Lynn Walker, the guy that Iraqi, the guy who went to Afghanistan to fight, this white guy who went to go fight with the Afghans or whatever, or the Taliban, the white Taliban guy, John Lynn Walker, and then he did this one skit where he's talking about this one lady. Says that John Lynn Walker is a threat to American women because of the rage in his eyes. That he will seduce women, and she was willing to take the plunge, and her husband was on the radio with them, and he's doing all the voices saying that he would let her have sex with John Lynn Walker to spare all the women in the United States of the rage in his eyes, that he was going to infect the women and seduce them all, blah, 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 and so on. He's saying he's going to use his face like a bar stool and so on. Anyway, you didn't watch it, you didn't hear it, but it was pretty damn funny back in the day.
Yeah, that wasn't funny though.
John Lynn Walker?
No, what you just. I'm sorry, I'm a dick.
Yes, but fortunately, you are a very small dick.
Yes, only on occasion.
Are you immense?
He's a grower, not a shower. Not a
yeah, but it's embarrassing when you can touch the sides of a tuna can, but not the bottom.
That would be weird. You've got a tuna can shaped dick,
and you gotta take the lid off.
It's like a giant button.
Yeah, I just googled that number.
What did we just Google?
No shit.
What about tuna cans?
All right, kids. The kids watching this, don't Google tuna can dick.
Yeah,
that's gotta be some kind of disease.
All it's gonna do is take you. All it's gonna do is take you to E Honda's channel.
Wow, I thought my search history was fucked up.
You can't say fucked up on this show. It's just for kids.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we now making it for kids?
Giant boobies.
No, we're making it PG-13, and according to the MPAA, you can only use that word once, and it cannot be in reference to the act of...
Which word?
Fuck.
Oh, fuck.
I didn't say fuck more than once.
Yes, you just said fuck twice. You said fuck right there.
The fuck
Yeah,
you
but
did.
That's the fucking
but
second
it's
time
in
you
fucking
said fuck.
context.
That was an explanationary fuck.
No, you can
yeah.
only say no. In order to have a PG-13 rating, you can only say fuck once, and said fuck cannot be in reference to fucking. So you can say
but it wasn't
like,
in
"E
reference
Honda,
to
go
fucking."
fuck yourself," but
I
you
fucked
can't
this
say
chick once.
"E Honda, I would like to."
See you go fuck yourself.
Mm-hmm. With your odd
Sam out there says, anyone see the news about a police officer killed in Hawaii?
Oh, I saw that.
I've got 2 officers killed here. 2 police officers were shot and killed by a suspect when they responded to a call for a woman who needed help at a home in Waikiki Sunday, according to Honolulu Police Chief Susan Ballard. Pop up my ass. Jesus.
What?
What do you want to
Whoa. We start talking about
Wait,
big
this
buttons.
is kid friendly. You can't say pop on my ass.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Ballard announced during a press conference Sunday night that the 2 officers, Tiffany Enriquez and Kaulike Kalama,
good luck with that.
were shot and killed by suspect Jerry Hannell when they responded to a woman who had been stabbed at a residence around 9 a.m. The officer to arrive found the victim, and shortly after 2 other officers came upon the scene. When all 3 were walking down the driveway, Hannell allegedly shot at them. Enrique, 7-year veteran, was wounded. Additional officers arrived on the scene. Hannell allegedly shot at that group, striking Kalama, and a 9-year veteran to the force. And the guy set his house on fire.
How did that happen? Because
that's like Waco, man.
Guns are banned down there. You're not allowed to have any guns. How did that happen?
I'm gonna
Everyone talk over each other.
And go.
Like gun law.
That
can't happen.
Sounds like he was trying to make a mini Waco.
Oh, geez.
I guess the guy got away. They haven't found him actually, which is kind of crazy.
How far could he go?
Well, it's an island, right?
Well, true, it's an island, but you got to realize they got to keep it perfectly balanced. Because if he goes over to one side of the island, it might tip over. So they got to. I mean, how could they not find him? They got people. They're weighing them. They're saying, "Oh, you just took a shit." So, take this rock over to this. Take a rock over to that side of the island.
Yeah, slide over to the right a little bit, please.
It's like Mexico. You know, they have really tight gun laws, and you know how that's working out for them.
Yeah, it's going great. Nobody has any down there.
What do you mean?
Not even the criminals.
What do you mean? The cartels are the largest bringers of prosperity and employment in the entire nation.
No, in Mexico, people always wonder why they have 1911 38 supers, because in Mexico you're not allowed to have anything legally over a 38 round, and
right.
Permit to have that. But
well, it's like Italy. There's some countries you're not allowed to have military cartridges either. Like Italy, I don't think you're allowed to have military cartridges. I think it's Italy.
I thought that was Mexico, but yeah.
It's both.
Italy, they don't shave their armpits neither. So
that's why the 204 Ruger is so popular.
That's what pushes you over the edge. That's the part that bugs you.
Dude, there's some hot ass Italian chicks. You cannot shave your armpits all you want, as long as you look like that everywhere else.
So you prefer them to be that hairy everywhere else.
Say, well, shit, Jersey.
What, some hot Italian chick's gonna go down on you, and you're gonna be like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
you shave your armpits?
Mustache is longer than my dick.
Did you shave your armpits?
Mustache.
Well, Honda, it's much like when Matt says, "Yeah, I'd fuck that guy." It's not about who you'd fuck; it's about who you'd let fuck you. So it's not whether you're letting her go down on you; it's whether you'd go down on her.
Well, that's not part of the deal.
No, it is. It's the beggar metric.
Well, it's like one dude I met one time. He told me he was like, first thing you do on a date when you go to a chick's house is you go in her medicine cabinet and make sure she ain't got none of that Monistat 7 shit in there.
Well, if she does, that means she's fighting it off.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about that so much as I would like Valtrex or something.
Yeah.
Or a severed head of someone of your best friend who went on a date with her last week.
Or a non-severed head.
So you're telling
last week's
AIDS
date.
medication or something.
You're telling me you wouldn't hit J-Lo or Jessica Alba?
With what, a car?
Italian?
You wouldn't hit that because they both got fucking herpes.
So that'd be a big no.
Yeah, but that's not what Monostat 7 is for.
Oh, somebody brought up herpes.
No, we brought up yeast infection. You brought it. You moved it up.
No, we talked about Valtrex. Somebody brought up Valtrex.
Okay.
So,
Black Cat,
yeah,
you
that'd
have
be a big no. Yeah, where's Black Cat?
Black Cat, you have a Ruger PC carbine, right?
No.
Oh, I thought
got
you had
one.
one.
But
Oh,
do
do
you
you?
want one?
Did you see the Magpul?
He has Valtrex though.
Backpacker stock? It's
I
pretty
do,
sweet.
yes.
Yeah.
The gift that keeps on giving.
And Quell lotion, just in case.
And some street fudge.
Street
Yeah,
fudge.
street fudge.
Street fudge.
Yes.
They,
Street fudge and Gizzard Gary's Lot Lizards.
Also referred to as pickled penis.
Pickle peanut.
You got the threads
this
too?
This is pretty nice.
Does that give it
Actually.
shrinkage?
Not like two.
So this Ruger stock, what's so Ruger-y nice about it?
It's okay. They make the one with the 22, but what's weird about the one for the 22 Ruger, the Take 1022, is that the barrel it kind of sticks down a little bit, but it doesn't hide the muzzle. This one's really cool because it actually tucks everything in a lot nicer than the 1022.
With a little shorty mag.
Yeah.
The only thing about it is you can't do it.
No, those are cool. That's a backpack gun right there.
Yeah.
Way it could be
$150.
cooler
I mean,
if
it's
it
a
just
little
folded.
pricey, but
See, a
yeah,
lot of those custom for those, you can't do bull barrels on a lot of them.
Right.
yeah, right.
Yeah, but this is also a 9mm or 40 Smith & Wesson carbine. You're not going to get that much out of a bull barrel, other than making it heavier.
I'm just the guys that are hardcore 1022 guys. They get into it where the rifle doesn't even have Ruger stamped anywhere on it because it's all custom shit.
Yeah, it's all like the Quartzen or this one guy who makes 4 or 5 of these trigger packs in a year, and you got to actually go to his gun or the gun show he goes to.
I have the improved trigger for my 1022 on an Angel stock setup. I got the better, I bought the one from Ruger, and it does make a 1022 stock Ruger trigger sucks.
It's serviceable.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm trying to shoot dime-sized groups at 100 yards with the 1022,
Oh, I mean, you can maneuver it for sure and get used to it and work with it, and do a little work on it too. But that improved trigger group does make a significant difference. I mean,
no, and I'm thinking the people who get that into pimping out their 1022, they're not gonna buy a Magpul takedown stock. They're going to get something that's like a Boyd or a Coat Customs, or drop some serious coin on this super aluminum pillared, stabilized laminate and all that.
Yeah, I mean on the Remington 300 setup, the Hunter stock, I would do that for sure. I'm not that kind of rifle.
I just wish they'd come out with it in 10mm.
Well, they got to make. They'll probably do it in 45 first, or.
Dude, Magpul's making glasses now, or optics.
Oh, really?
Magpul's making glasses. Magpul's making gloves. Magpul's making slightly modified shockwave braces.
Yeah, the Magpul optics are just going to be the same as half the other Chinese optics out there. They're made in the same factory.
Look at
I wonder if they bought Nikon out.
Look at Six Sauer, man. They're initially people were like, oh, whatever, they're making an optic and ammo and so on, and they're really kind of getting up there now as a respected optic. the Romeo.
Mm-hmm.
I run Romeo 5s in just about all my rifles. Just about.
Yeah.
The only thing new coming out from Magpul I'm interested in is they're finally doing an magazine for the 5.56 Ruger guns or Ruger Scout rifles.
Oh, that's cool.
People lost their shit when they made 1911 grips, and they're like, they're okay, dude. You know, that's about it. I did get their magazines for my Glock 26. It gives you 2 more rounds, and I like those.
I had the Magpul 1911 grips on a 1911 before. They were pretty decent for they were cheap. I think I paid like $12 for them.
Well, I mean, they're good stuff, but they didn't change the the world with them. If you look at these getting eaten up by all these other manufacturers are coming up and making G10 grips now too.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but the Magpul ones are just injection molded plastic. They weren't.
I got a pair of BZ Predator 2s on my Citadel. They like customized. Those grips are nice, but those grips are a tad sharp. You have to go do a little once over just to get the edge off of them, so they don't bite into you every time.
So you're saying you need to make your grippy grips less grippy?
Just a tad. Just a tip. Just a tip.
Just wax it on. Just wax it on.
I mean, it'd be good to pistol butt somebody with to get that imprint right in their forehead. It doesn't go away for life.
So you're saying you've got like not the Punisher, the Phantom skull cut into it?
Exactly.
Is it
be like that guy in the movie Dutch where I put the ring on your forehead?
Yeah, the Phantom.
That was a good movie.
Who was it, like Billy Zane?
Is a turtle trying to take a dump, or like what the hell's going on?
I don't know. Did Mr. Knives join the chat?
No, I've had some movement before, but they were never that colorful.
You're quick-witted there, sir. I like that.
So the company that's fell out to be named is making shorter
Pistols.
ARs.
Pistols,
Yeah.
What's the skinny now on the brace? I went back and forth. What's the last?
It's fine. I don't think there's any.
Yes, you can shoulder it.
Yeah.
Just don't go on the internet saying, "Oh, hey, hey, YouTube, look at this. This is a way you could bypass the NFA. You can." And I bought this strictly for using as a shoulder stock, not as intended as occasional.
I was gonna say, what the fuck are you
Either
kidding?
that or send 4 letters to the ATF asking them to make a ruling on this.
Yeah.
You sounded like Biker Bob there for a couple minutes.
Oh, go fuck yourself, you goddamn wanker. This is Minnesota. Still part of America. Not Canada.
Minnesota.
Not Canada.
Saskatoon.
No, that's still too far
Delaware
north.
Delaware bill seeks to ban ghost guns. Oh my god.
How many
ghost
people are
guns.
watching this disaster?
No. 25, 26.
Who are you going to call?
Ban ghost guns.
Whoa, Honda! I am not on your wavelength here. I mean,
I've had the scary privilege of having Biker Bob in this very garage where I stand.
There you go.
I had to remind him there was ladies in the house and he had to button up his shirt properly.
It should be blame ghost guns is what it should be. If there's something bad in your neighborhood, who are you gonna blame?
Gee.
Blame ghost guns.
What the hell, Honda? You're. I mean, they've only had red flag laws in Colorado for like 20 days now, and already you're starting to turn into an anti. I mean, what the hell?
See, if you're gonna pick a theme from the '80s, I do like where's the beef? Like
That wasn't a theme. That was just a Wendy's thing.
A slogan? No, that was Arby's, wasn't it?
No, it was Wendy's.
Got milk would have been a little bit better because at least that's the milk industry.
Arby's is we have the meat.
Yeah. Wendy's is where's the beef?
So when did it become the Squeeze the Charmin guy ran out of because it wasn't PC?
Mr. Whipple?
Yeah. And the Maytag guy. They weren't PC. They all got kicked out.
No, they brought
Well, now it'll
Mag
be the
to get back.
Maytag Z.
Brown cow.
Somebody say cow?
No. Nobody
Cow.
says cow.
Somebody say
One of the
monkey?
few things that survived the 80s that still exists is fruit roll-ups.
What?
Fruit roll-ups.
Fruit roll-ups still exist.
I think
Yes,
so.
sir.
How about fruit by the foot?
Fruit by the foot is also a thing. Also, gushers are pretty good. Believe it or not.
You would say that.
Tidal wave gum. Remember tidal wave gum?
Honda likes the good.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I remember zebra stripe.
I remember the zebra stripe gum.
What
Yeah.
about the tongue splashers? You remember those?
What?
No, I don't know what kind of stuff you were doing when you were a kid, but
Pop rocks and Coke.
Crack rocks and Coke. No, I never had that.
Pop rocks and Coke, that was good stuff.
Remember OxyContin? That was good.
Oxycontin. Is that like where you catch a rabbit and you cook it over one of those acetylene torches?
Yeah, with a rabbit.
And people lost their shit when they made the new Coke.
I smoked gold over a rabbit skull.
Guy that comments says, "What time is the Virginia rally starting?" I want to say it's around noonish. I'm not sure.
I thought it was early.
I think I heard some people getting there at 10. So I don't.
So get there at like 8.
11. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's at 11. I don't know.
You know they're going to try everything possible to slow down any influx of people.
Just Google it there, Mr. Google Foo.
Good luck with
It's
that.
going to be a nightmare getting there, I'm sure.
It's not going to be like a rally of people like that dude in Vegas or Nevada, the Bundy Ranch.
Nah. George Cortez is saying hubba bubba.
Mm.
Oh,
I think they still make that.
They have a hat, Hubba Bubba hat.
Hell, they still make
Wear that.
Bazooka Joe gum.
You should wear that all the time.
I lost it on the Sabo River up in northern Michigan.
Well, you need to go up to that river and show it to his boss. Go kick its ass and tell it to give your hat back.
I lost a brand new Spyderco knife that same canoe trip. And some Ray-Bans.
Yeah, you should have stayed home.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
You are a terrible, terrible boater. I completely believe that you lost all your firearms in a boating accident.
That's right.
Hey, but you look in your pocket and you found that little thing of anal ease, right?
You flip over your canoe, you lose
Priorities.
everything in your pocket, you get home, the one thing that survived in your pocket is your damn phone bill.
I heard if you're in a tight spot there in a pinch, you can always spit on your hand.
With some Kodiak. Or Copenhagen, as Black Cat would say.
No,
These are the best.
Skull.
These are the best bubblegums from the 90s.
Hubba
That you can never forget.
Oh, that was not Fruit by the Foot. It was part of that whole.
The whole.
The whole. Oh, hey, you can get this, but it's like by the foot or like a measuring thing. Bubble tape. That's what it was.
Well, I had a buddy. We used to go to the local convenience store, and this dumbass decided to rip off a box of Nerds, and he put in his pocket, and then and he's walking away. Like it said, you could hear
rattle.
He got pinched.
Bazooka. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're all going to be in trouble.
What?
The other Roro showed up.
Oh, shit.
Mr. Bottle Cap. me see. Bazooka.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Bazooka. Bazooka had two really great things that actually lasted all day, and the comics inside the wrappers were a surprising treat.
Well, did anybody ever eat the gum that came in the baseball cards? I never did.
Yeah.
No, that shit was always hard.
Shit
was always hard as a rock.
If you're lucky and got it like fresh, it was some pretty good bubble gum.
Baseball gumballs. I remember those. Yeah.
I remember Big League Chew.
Yeah. Bubblegum cigars. Yeah, I remember those. Yeah. Can't do them nowadays.
Oh no, you can't even do the
cigarettes too.
Yeah.
You know, I used to like taking the Big League Chew and you take like a big old wad of it and fucking put it in your lip like you're chewing tobacco. But it was just bubble gum. But it was all stringy like chew would be. You know?
I think I did that once.
I remember when I was a kid, we had like
Hey, look, there's tongue splashers. That's what I was talking about.
We had these coaches that would tell you like about health and stuff and alcohol in the early 80s, and they were telling us about like the cereals because Golden Smacks used to be called Sugar Smacks, and everything was like sugar, and then like the early 80s they all changed the names to take the sugar out.
Quench. Every freaking Shields sporting goods store we went to, they had like tubs of that shit right by the register.
Oh, the Quench. Oh yeah.
Never had any.
I've never had it either.
Rainbow. I think that means something.
That's what they used to. That was Two Live Moo's nickname in high school in the men's locker room. Here comes Rainbow.
You don't remember when?
Why do they call him Rainbow? Oh, he always cries when we make him do it.
Double bubble.
Did you guys ever hear like when you were a kid in Halloween that pixie sticks could possibly have cocaine in them, so don't get pixie sticks? And like,
Hubba bubba out.
No, why did I never hear of this?
Well, I was like, yeah, who's gonna just dump cocaine and pixie sticks?
Yeah, who's gonna give away cocaine to some dumb kids?
Yeah,
it's just fun to tell them that it is cocaine and watch them snort it.
Yeah, that's way more.
Oh, I remember they weren't called tiny size; they were like chiclet bits.
I remember them. It's weird though. The package that says flavor coated gum, like they can't tell you what the flavor is. That's kind of weird, isn't it? It's creepy.
Well, no, the chiclets were always like they're like the hard candy coated, like mint or spearmint stuff. Bubble yum.
Yeah,
you remember when they made the cotton candy bubble yum?
There's Fruit Stripe.
Forever immortalized in the cinematic masterpiece that is Down Periscope.
There it is. Bubble
tape.
Yeah, that shit's awesome. That's just no joke there.
Big League
Chew.
My kids still get that, the bubble tape.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
How was that?
You don't remember that?
All these like funky container ones is all by Hubba Bubba.
I never had the bubble jug.
Oh, yeah, Lucas too.
That's it.
We demand more interesting candies from the 80s that are no longer here, preferably with interesting packages.
Jolt Cola.
Oh, Jolt was the best.
Yeah, Jolt was pretty good. It was like tasted like Mountain Dew.
Pretty much.
Wait, it was a cola that tasted like Mountain Dew.
Rocky
Do you remember back in the ephedrine days when you could just go to the store and get like drinks that had like large amounts of ephedrine in it, and they had this one stuff at the workout places that it was called Rip Fuel or Rip Force or something like that.
Yeah, Rip Fuel.
Oh my god, dude! Truckers used to stop by like workout places and pick one of those up so they could make it across like a whole nother state without sleeping.
You just go buy a bottle of mini thins at the truck stop.
The Yellow Jackets.
Yep, Yellow Jackets. I remember.
And everyone wonders why Mr. Matt is the way he is today.
I used to use.
Now it's Black Cat too.
Do they still sell Country Time lemonade?
I used to use hydroxy cut when it had ephedra in it when I was boxing to cut weight. You could take 4 of those and just sweat standing there.
Listen to your heart go.
Yeah.
I used
You
to
cut
drink one of those
an
drinks
extra
here
5
and
or
there.
6 pounds in a week easily, though.
I drink one of those drinks here and there, but like they didn't taste very good. A, and then B, like that was just too much, man. Like I want some energy. I don't want I can't even keep my hands still energy. You know.
I want something that's keeping me awake, not something that's causing me to feel my teeth.
I take 2 Xenadrins on the way on a 2-hour road trip once, and I was stuck in the passenger seat. And Xenadrin's like hydroxycut, pretty much lose weight and a lot of caffeine. And man, I was so antsy the fucking way.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Ooh, look at the cow. Look at the cars.
No, man, my feet were like tapping the baseboard, dude. I'm like, good lord. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Damn.
What was the Family Guy where Stewie took trucker pills to keep going?
Oh yeah.
They're driving through the desert. We're not even on a road. Who needs roads? We're making great time.
Well, they you used to go to the gas station and there was 12 different kinds of pills that all had ephedrine. They had this whole rack of individual packages of 2 pills. Here's your daily dose of whatever kind your flavor is, you know. And a bunch of people were I would say addicted, maybe not quite that far, but a lot of people used those a lot, you know. And when you weren't able to buy them anymore, suddenly people were like, shit. I don't know. Maybe that's why there's a lot more fat people in America now.
Oh, get in here.
You took ephedrine away.
What I miss about the old gas stations is one of those ones you go into, like Texaco's back in the day, and they had those soda machines. You had to put 50 cents in and turn the switch down and pop a can of soda out.
Yeah, the ones that were so old, you'd cut your hand as you spun the thing because it wasn't, it was made in 1930 during the war.
Something like that.
The ones that when you open it up, you got the smell, the extra pungent smell of the ammonia refrigerant.
Well, and the compressor and stuff on that thing is built like a tank. It's never gonna break ever. As long as
it sounds like shit. It's rattling the whole floor, but it's not gonna stop. American.
When we bought our house, we had an International Harvester freezer in the basement. I'm like, God, I don't even know. It must have been from the 50s. Still ran.
The thing guzzled power like there's no tomorrow. But it run.
Yeah. It was a bitch to get out of there too. It weighed 600 fucking pounds.
Well, they have this thing called planned obsolescence, I think is the term, where they say every 10 years you should buy a refrigerator. So we're going to make this integral part to a refrigerator only last for 10 years so that you have to buy one, because if it's 20 years before you buy another refrigerator, then our business model doesn't work, right?
Well, back in the day, they used to have the meat clubs where you buy the meat and he'd give you a freezer.
Giggity.
Now the meat club is a totally different thing, and don't Google that.
All right, kiddos, here first. Don't Google meat club.
So don't Google meat club. Don't Google street fudge. And what was the other one? Somebody's titties.
Meat club.
Fudge packers.
Yeah, that's a bad one there too.
Oh, local 212 of the Fudge Packers Union at Uranus Fudge Factory.
Papa Bears.
I need a new little mini fridge for my room because I can have a fridge in my room so I can have cold sodas.
That's a good reason to have one.
Papa Bears.
And it's really old.
So are you, but you still seem to work. So
yeah, it still
well,
works.
the thing is, as soon as you unplug it, it all this ice builds up and melts down, and then it smells because it's cold. It sucks. I don't want it anymore. It's gross.
You just
hashtag first world problems.
When it freezes up, you just take a whiz on it.
Yeah, it would smell better probably.
I need a beer fridge downstairs in the gun room. That way, when I do my live streams, I don't have to keep walking up to the garage.
Smell better, so says the man who served poor innocent gal piss coffee.
Hey, it was not my piss, and it was not my coffee, and it was not my ex-girlfriend.
But you still served it regardless.
Unknowingly.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse, and I am quoting a county judge on this.
Allegedly.
I would do it knowingly.
I know that now.
It's pretty funny to like talk about.
And illegal.
Does that look like a spit on my burger? Does that look like spit to you?
Did she like it?
I didn't want to bring this up, but does chili have beans or no?
Some doesn't. If it's the kind you put on a hot dog sandwich, then no. If it's the kind you just eat out of a bowl, then yes.
The fuck is a
Some
hot dog
doesn't.
sandwich?
Some doesn't. Most do.
No. What the hell, Honda? You are on this show and you do not know what a hot dog sandwich is? What the fuck is wrong with you?
A hot dog's not a sandwich.
Yeah. It's a hot dog.
Sandwich.
It's not a sandwich.
The views in it. They've used an expression.
See, Honda, it's been nice knowing you.
Say, what do you call a guy who likes the wiener between his buns?
Honda.
Anything else you don't want to Google?
Frank.
The bun on the hot dog sandwich is covered in piss.
No, that's mustard. But if your urine's coming out like that, you may want to seek immediate medical attention.
And put yellow jackets in there.
Yellow Jackets, Red Bull, and snort a line of pixie sticks.
You're forgetting the hamster.
Oh wow, they've got a 2-door, 3.2 cubic foot mini door fridge and freezer combo.
He's shopping.
Shopping
for $139. That's not bad.
Yeah,
you can get it in silver
add
and
it
black.
to cart and get it over with.
Facebook Marketplace, buddy.
No.
Then I'll get another.
Craigslist.
I'll get someone else's old stinky fridge there. Like I don't want that.
Yeah, like your sticky old fridge.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it'll be a bigger, stinky old fridge.
I was like Honda hot dog pits.
Yeah, steak, hot dog sandwich matters.
Letters here just in time for us to shut it down.
Oh.
Whoa, you're like really far away.
Oh.
What happened?
Midnight, you're.
By the way, is Roll Call still alive? He was in the chat.
Say again there, Midnight. Oh, it's way crazy audio.
What they need to do is combine everything into one. So you get your refrigerator, freezer, and microwave, all mini, all together, all in one thing, one plug. Good to go.
No. Because most places don't have 212 service or 220 volt service.
Yeah, that would take a lot.
Well, now Honda, there you go. That's your ticket out of Colorado. You need to patent that idea, open your own company, and start selling it to wasted stoners.
There you go.
You can call it the super munching machine.
Oh, that'll do it.
I mean, I think you can put that together for like,
very good,
based on the price of fridges and microwaves, like $250. Would you pay that?
Honda, it's a stoner surplus co.
Would you pay that? Is my question.
Hell no.
Jamming gears. Listen to him.
What's that?
You're jamming gears. We can hear you.
Oh, no. I'm in my car still.
And here's the ultimate application of that. You get an inverter and you put it in your truck. So when you're a trucker...
That draws an awful lot of current.
Is that your wife's car?
Well, you get one of those like low watt microwaves that it sucks to make popcorn with, but works eventually, kind of thing, you know?
I think you'd just be further ahead, just shorting wires across the terminals and using the resistance to heat it up.
Stop shitting on my dreams. God damn it.
Hey, monkey, it's what
Come
I
up with these like great ideas and you're just like
Hey, I gave you a perfectly sound business plan. I told you to patent it first, then start your own company and market it to stoners that you know, since you're in Colorado, and call it the Mega Munchie Machine. You'll sell 1 million units.
You put like a hot dog roller on the very top of it so they could have their own.
I'm thinking like
Just
maybe a
taquitos.
Wi-Fi-enabled smart TV.
Yeah, it's like
building
powered by
game
the
consoles.
excess heat from the microwave and freezer
there you go.
and stuff.
Hey,
You got a hot dog roller on top. It's like your own personal 7-Eleven at 3 a.m. when you're stoned.
No,
hot dog roller.
Roller dogs. No, you see, you don't add that as it. You make that an optional add-on, and you make that the appliance.
So we need a modular system so that you can buy each piece individually and snap them on to pre-built like brackets with power connectors or something. And you just build your own stack as high as you need it to be. That's a great idea.
You make the base unit.
No, that's great. I like it.
Edge would like to speak.
If I may, I want to change the topic here for a second.
Please.
Why did it wet itself?
Please do.
Best, your all-time favorite Steven Seagal movie.
Who?
Under Siege.
Is
Under
there?
Siege.
Wait.
You should go watch.
That chick pops out of the cake, dude. Oh my god, that was like the hottest thing I'd ever seen when I was 13.
Oh, the one with the bob?
I mean, Pat Seagal, Elvis Seagal, or beginning Seagal. When he still kept his appearances.
I always aspire.
I like the Above the Law. I think that was one.
Glimmer Man. That was one of my favorites.
Which one?
Glimmer Man.
What was that? What was it, Above the Law, or what was that one where I think it's Out for Justice, where he's like, anybody see Richie? Anybody see Richie? Yeah. You see Bobby Lupo? You see Richie? Anybody see Bobby Lupo? He beats up like everybody in the movie. Well, we could go down the Van Damme rabbit hole. That's really bad.
That's even worse.
There, they got. I'm gonna pick Machete just because.
Machete. Oh, I love Machete.
Best movie he was ever in.
Especially because I had that.
Well, in executive decision, he actually dies. He's like the only movie he dies in.
Well, yeah, no, Machete's gonna kill everybody. You know that.
I got a text back from Obnoxious One when I told him I needed a disclaimer, and he sent me a disclaimer. So here we'll play the disclaimer for when Drew was talking about Halle Berry.
Let it roll. Hit the button.
Why is it playing so softly?
You know, you got your
Do, 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 do.
I guess such douchebags.
Fuckers.
Well, you do know you're the one who sent us the invites.
That's the 30th fucker.
saying you got your earpiece on. You know, we can't hear what you're hearing.
I'm not hearing it through here. This is going through the computer. I was trying to hold it up to the microphone.
Yeah. Come on.
Well, midnight we can't hear.
Yeah, I didn't work.
Your holes plugged.
But it's not
They're medial.
with a speaker. It won't let me play it over the speaker on my phone for some reason because it's an audio clip. Oh, well.
All right, you lost your. You got to shake it up.
There it is.
Opinions of Two Live will only and do not reflect the views or opinions of Midnight Range, anybody on the panel, anybody else in the world, except Halle Berry really does have some nice titties.
All right.
It wasn't Halle Berry. It was the other big ass chick.
What?
She's a diabetic hottie.
Mm-hmm.
No, we were talking about.
Ladies and gentlemen, the views and opinions of Two Live Moon are the views and opinions of Two Live Moon only and do not reflect the views or opinions of Midnight Range, anybody on the panel, anybody else in the world, except Halle Berry really does have some nice titties.
You need to save that.
I love the Swordfish. I only watch it because she was reading the book.
Hey, Midnight,
She can't.
you have an iPhone?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can download that. You can download that through iTunes, and you can actually make that a ringtone.
Yeah, there you go.
And or just save it on your machine and play it back on a,
Gizzard.
intermittent.
Just gotta be careful with the ringtones because people got pissed at me at work when my wife would call me and rough. Oh, it's the wife.
All these guys all show up now. They're all supposed to be. It must all be tucked in. CloverTech must have tucked them all into bed. Now they're playing on their phones.
No, they all put on pajamas with the bottoms and the feet.
Yeah, you see Gizzard running around with his pajama bottoms, a little flap hanging open.
Scary parts when they're telling gee whiz, that's not a pillow.
One of those pajamas. Like,
yeah, you can see G-Web going room to room, giving him a little kiss on the forehead. Night, guy. Sweet dreams. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'm going to tell you earlier, I forgot when you were talking about not mentioning the restaurant you work at. Don't, because Dan had this one guy in one of his chats mention what I forget that place he worked at, Mission something that he worked at. One of these gun stores he worked at. He's like, yeah, what's the number of that gun store? And this number of that store. And he said it, and I think I got fired like the next day.
Yeah.
For basically talking smack about where he works.
C4 Defense says Halle Berry is a very nice lady.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good night, John.
Besmirch her good name.
She is.
what he meant to say was movies.
Boobs.
She's a very nice lady with very nice titties. What do you want?
Bobs. They're Bobs.
What was it, Bob's? Oh, Monsters Ball. There you go. Thank you very much.
Monsters Ball.
Monsters Ball.
Oh, with Billy Bob. Oh, Billy Bob.
Oh, yeah, that was the problem. That movie. It was
See, Billy Bob.
Billy Bob Thornton.
Billy Bob was in a Seagal movie. That one where he's in Alaska.
A bunch of shit too. He was in.
It's on Deadly Ground. On Deadly Ground.
Yeah.
Tombstone.
Holy hell! Roll call's alive.
Yeah, he has.
I've been alive. I just been listening to you guys fucking talk about bullshit. We gotta talk about Virginia. We have to talk about Virginia because everybody else wants us to talk about Virginia when we do the live shows.
We're talking about.
Yeah, we can tell roll calls are live.
Hold on, let me talk about Virginia real quick. Virginia, glad I don't live there. Thank you. All right.
Virginia isn't even going to be there after tomorrow.
That's right.
It's going to be
it's apocalypse now.
Blown up, sir.
Virginia, the democracy, vaginas. Anyway.
What? Vaginas.
What about manginas?
Oh.
Darth Vader is a bitch.
Go Fifi. Go grab yourself some Kofifi, Mr. Black Cat.
Go Fifi.
You got to watch your language now. Obnoxious one's in bed, tucked in. He's not even allowed to be on his phone right now. He can't he can't give us another disclaimer.
He called the front desk and wanted more lotion and more towels.
No, Sarge's just slapping him on the head. Put your phone away. Come cuddle with me.
Slapping him on the head with like a paddle.
Is it the one with leather spikes?
Gizzard's on the couch. Quiet, guys. I'm trying to sleep.
Whoever's the little spoon's not allowed to have their phone out.
No spoons. Ladle.
No spooning.
Oh, well, wait till they start snoring in chorus, and it's like an orchestra.
Be like the Three Stooges.
Whoop, whoop,
then somebody's gonna add some bass.
Dude, whoever told me to check out Facebook Marketplace, booyah.
You've
I
never
told
checked
you.
out Marketplace?
No, I always forget that I know about it.
Dude, I sold my boat on there for $20,000.
Dude, I just get
American?
this one. Like I see a picture of a hot chick. It says like $30, and I'll take it. And they're like, "No, I'm selling something."
I'm like, well, sorry, but that's not the goods that you had on display.
Exactly.
Well, someone just posted a like new refrigerator free for pickup about an hour.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
20 minutes from my house.
It's a trap.
I'll bring a gun.
No,
It's a crap.
I got a dish. My wife was fucking being absurd about getting a dishwasher. She's giving me a bunch of shit about getting a dishwasher. One dishwasher. And I go, why? Go look in the mirror. But anyway, so I found one. And the guy's like, hey, the wife made me upgrade to a stainless this porch pickup for free, and I went and picked it up and had it connected. Got a freaking dishwasher for free, man, and it's still running over 3 years later.
No way. Sweet.
And I didn't have to apologize to my wife about calling her a dishwasher.
Why are there so many freaking mattress stores everywhere?
They're everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Roadside hookers.
Yeah.
It's a front for a bunch of meth.
Like how often do you go through a bed? Like honestly, when's the last time you bought a bed?
Supposed to replace the mattress every 8 years.
Yeah.
Well, I need to replace mine about now, but that makes sense. 8 years ish.
Well, that's the industry standard. That doesn't mean, how often you sleep on is a guest bed and so on.
Well, as much mileage as Honda gets on his mattress, he should replace it like every 2 months.
Depends on how often you change the oils too. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's like a buddy.
How often he flushes out the blinker fluid?
It's like a buddy of mine. Remember when the memory foam mattress first came out like 10 years ago? I had a friend buy one. He's like, dude, you can't fuck on these, dude.
No.
You sink.
Yeah, it's worse than a waterbed.
I had a waterbed. Nah, I remember that. You had to ride the wave in.
You had to like time it. Wah wop. Wah wop.
Wah wop. Is that how it goes? Wah wop.
How'd that go
Wah
again?
wop.
Wop, 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 wop. Splash.
Well, I got a bunch of weird looks when I offered him to give him surfing lessons.
No, but the memory foam, no. Nobody buy that.
Why would you buy a shipping container? Can you just like live in that, or like what's the deal with that?
Yeah, they're good storage units.
They make. There's a place in Austin. They made a bar.
Sure, our range, we have. Our range has like 5 or 6 of them. 4 of them we use for storage units, and one of them we convert it over for an office.
And you get a good guy that knows how to cut them open right and set them up, and you can do almost anything you want with them. Make a condo or a little patio kind of access place and so on.
Yeah, people use them for bunkers. They use them for storage. We have one up at camp, one of the smaller ones that my uncle just uses for storage. We got it super cheap. He knew a guy that had one, and he dropped it off for him. Just stuck it in the end of the
vintage fetal skull.
Nope, no thanks.
Colorado Springs, Colorado, at $25.
Look at Honda. Honda's now like he's got his new phone. He's on Marketplace. He's like, what?
No, I'm just looking at this shit. I'm seeing what there is. Like, if there's anything that's really cool, I might go pick it up tomorrow. You know,
I get this free with there's a kid's body parts in there. It'll be great.
I'm just saying, like, what the fuck is that? I didn't say that'd be great.
We only have tibias and feet.
You might want to skip on the douchebags.
Holy fuck, dude! Jesus. All right.
Honda, welcome to the internet.
$35.
There's things you didn't expect to see.
Afterbirth, fresh, $29.95 a pound.
No thanks.
It's a bit strange, really.
Before things get too creepy with Honda, we're all gonna say goodbye here. I need to get some sleep before old Dr. Frankenstein over there really gets gnarly.
Knarr. Yarr.
Yarr.
Sound like a gay pirate over there. Gar.
But wait, what about roll call?
Yarr. What about roll call?
Hello?
I saw a guy put a half-eaten quarter pounder once, and he's selling the rest of it on Facebook.
Oh, I saw that.
Seems legit.
Hilarious.
Seems like it would. I mean, yeah, why wouldn't you? I mean, that's just,
What the hell? You can't shut this down. I just got coffee to stay awake.
You got to go to work. I don't want to get you overexcited and get you too wound up for work.
Hey, Midnight's going to get up early. That's the march in the morning.
Come on, Black Cat. You know I'm going to stay off for a little while.
It'd be like last time you were on with me till what, like 7 a.m.?
It was 7:38.
Screw that.
Gotta make.
I don't think I can do that today.
Midnight
doing your fancy kofifi.
And make the bean pies early in the morning.
Giggity.
Another thing not to Google.
Yeah.
Waffle.
So I think it is tomorrow. So today in Virginia, it's wish everybody luck, and hopefully everything stays as calm and collected as it possibly can be. Hopefully, I really hate for something to fucking happen. That would be crazy. Yeah. But they're talking about a truckload of people, man. I see different numbers. I've seen anything up to like 120,000 people.
Yeah, that won't happen.
I don't think so either. But I mean, just them. But just think about it. If somebody says that 1,000 are going to come, and 300 or 400 come, that's, you know what I mean.
Oh, there's going to be. It's going to be in the tens of thousands, I think.
But when they say 120,000, somebody says 120,000 comes. Even if 30,000, even if a third of that comes or a quarter of that comes, that's a shitload of people.
If you get the Napoleon Dynamite travel machine to work, I'll be there.
There you go. 88 miles an hour.
Dun, 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 dun.
Do you guys have anything to say before we cut out? If not, we're going to get going.
I like titties.
Titties are nice.
Bobs. They're Bobs.
Titties.
Bobs.
Women's titties, to be specific.
I wonder
now.
You had to bring gender into it.
You
just had to bring gender into it.
Wonder how quick it'd get taken down if I started a late night chat just called Titties and Eggs.
No, you gotta call it Bob.
What kind of titties?
Big bouncing Bobs.
Bobs and eggs.
Yeah.
Are they like the titties that go on the side or like up?
I had to specify. I was afraid of one of you guys showing your titties.
Nope.
Nah.
Moo hasn't been drinking.
What?
Moo hasn't been drinking enough.
Hang on.
Chug.
It's like 19 degrees here, so I don't want to do that.
Yeah, right.
It's 46 where I'm at.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
41 actually.
That's not bad. It was pretty chilly here today. It was in the upper 20. It was right around 30, I think, today.
Did you get a bowl?
No, that's not cold.
We
it's
got
like
so much
10 above here.
Ape, you wanna take us out and we'll get out of here?
Sure. Since we didn't get to do it last weekend, and I would hate to disappoint me at 2 weekends in a row. So, shameless self-promotions aside, ladies, gentlemen, and Jonases of all ages, thank you for watching Midnight Range TM's The Closer. Be sure to check out gunchannels.com for more Pro 2A content. Gunchannels.com is a community focused on firearms, built for shooters, by shooters, for conversations similar, tangentially related. No,
we'll say that the beginning 2/3 of the show.
Yes,
just like that.
For 2/3 of the conversations like this. This concludes our regularly scheduled programming, but we'll be back sometime tomorrow with more shows and open lobbies. GunChannels.com, Monday night programming at 5 p.m. Eastern. Get your news and commentary with Never Enough Ammo's hasty headlines. At 7 p.m. Eastern, it's the Polite Society podcast on Facebook and Travis P11 Caliber Corner on YouTube. At 8 p.m. Eastern, it's Clovertax, MOA Monday only on Instagram, and Hawaii Volcano Squad's Locked and Loaded on YouTube.
I like George Cortez.
At 9 p.m. Eastern, it's Never Enough Ammo, a.k.a. Mr. Matt's Guns and Geek podcast, The Week in Geek. At 10 p.m. Eastern, whenever they feel like it, it's Intentionally Left Blank. And every weeknight at midnight Eastern, it's The Daily Gun Show. But please note, since most of our major contributors are at SHOT Show for this week, this schedule is probably completely full. Also, check out GunTube.org, a free and unrestricted Pro2A video platform. If you like what you see, go over to Patreon and give them a couple dollars. For cool and unique 2A swag, go over to GearWebsites.com. That's GearWebsites.com. Help G kind of recover from having to spend money to go to SHOT. And remember, a hot dog is a sandwich, a Slim Jim is candy bar, and never eat fudge from a place called Uranus.
No street fudge.
No, don't do it.
And
the street fudge is no good.
All right. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next week. Be safe and, keep a couple mags loaded. All right. Take it easy.
Have a good night, everybody.